Chapter 4, Part 1 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G. E. Moore. Chapter 4, Metaphysical Ethics. 66. In this chapter I propose to deal with a type of ethical theory which is exemplified in the ethical views of the Stoics, of Spinoza, of Kant, and especially of a number of modern writers whose views in this respect are mainly due to the influence of Hegel. These ethical theories have this in common, that they use some metaphysical proposition as a ground for inferring some fundamental proposition of ethics. They all imply, and many of them expressly hold, that ethical truths follow logically from metaphysical truths, that ethics should be based on metaphysics. And the result is that they all describe the supreme good in metaphysical terms. What, then, is to be understood by metaphysical? I use the term, as I explained in chapter 2, in opposition to natural. I call those philosophers preeminently metaphysical who have recognized most clearly that not everything which is a natural object. Metaphysicians have, therefore, the great merit of insisting that our knowledge is not confined to the things which we can touch and see and feel. They have always been much occupied, not only with that other class of natural object which consists in mental facts, but also with the class of objects or properties of objects, which certainly do not exist in time, are not therefore parts of nature, and which, in fact, do not exist at all. To this class, I have said, belongs what we mean by the adjective good. It is not goodness, but only the things or qualities which are good, which can exist in time, can have their duration and begin and cease to exist, can be objects of perception. But the most prominent members of this class are perhaps numbers. It is quite certain that two natural objects may exist, but it is equally certain that two itself does not exist and never can. 2 and 2 are 4, but that does not mean that either 2 or 4 exists. Yet it certainly means something. 2 is somehow, although it does not exist. And it is not only simple terms of propositions, the objects about which we know truths, that belong to this class. The truths which we know about them form, perhaps, a still more important subdivision. No truth does, in fact, exist, but this is peculiarly obvious with regard to truths like 2 and 2 are 4, in which the objects about which they are truths do not exist either. It is with the recognition of such truths as these, truths which have been called universal, and of their essential unlikeness to what we can touch and see and feel, that metaphysics proper begins. Such universal truths have always played a large part in the reasonings of metaphysicians from Plato's time till now, and that they have directed attention to the difference between these truths and what I have called natural objects is the chief contribution to knowledge which distinguished them from that other class of philosophers, empirical philosophers, to which most Englishmen have belonged. But though, if we are to define metaphysics by the contribution which it has actually made to knowledge, we should have to say that it has emphasized the importance of objects which do not exist at all, metaphysicians themselves have not recognized this. They have indeed recognized and insisted that there are or may be objects of knowledge which do not exist in time, or at least which we cannot perceive, and in recognizing the possibility of these as an object of investigation, they have, it may be admitted, done a service to mankind. But they have in general supposed that whatever does not exist in time must at least exist elsewhere, if it is to be at all. That whatever does not exist in nature must exist in some supersensible reality, whether timeless or not. Consequently they have held that the truths with which they have been occupied, over and above the objects of perception, were in some way truths about such supersensible reality. If, therefore, we are to define metaphysics not by what it has attained, but by what it has attempted, we should say that it consists in the attempt to obtain knowledge, by processes of reasoning, of what exists, but is not a part of nature. Metaphysicians have actually held that they could give us such knowledge of non-natural existence. They have held that their science consists in giving us such knowledge as can be supported by reasons, of that supersensible reality of which religion professes to give us a fuller knowledge without any reason. When, therefore, I spoke above of metaphysical propositions, I meant propositions about the existence of something supersensible, of something which is not an object of perception, and which cannot be inferred from what is an object of perception by the same rules of inference by which we infer the past and future of what we call nature. And when I spoke of metaphysical terms, I meant terms which refer to qualities of such a supersensible reality which do not belong to anything natural. I admit that metaphysics should investigate what reasons there may be for belief in such a supersensible reality, since I hold that its peculiar province is the truths about all objects which are not natural objects. And I think that the most prominent characteristic of metaphysics in history has been its profession to prove the truth about non-natural existence. I define metaphysical, therefore, by a reference to supersensible reality, although I think that the only non-natural objects about which it has succeeded in obtaining truth are objects which do not exist at all. So much, I hope, will suffice to explain what I mean by the term metaphysical, and to shew that it refers to a clear and important distinction. It was not necessary for my purpose to make the definition exhaustive, or to shew that it corresponds in essentials with established usage. The distinction between nature and a supersensible reality is very familiar and very important, and since the metaphysician endeavours to prove things with regard to supersensible reality, and since he deals largely in truths which are not mere natural facts, it is plain that his arguments, and errors, if any, will be of a more subtle kind than those which I have dealt with under the name of naturalism. For these two reasons it seemed convenient to treat metaphysical ethics by themselves. 67. I have said that those systems of ethics which I propose to call metaphysical are characterized by the fact that they describe the supreme good in metaphysical terms, and this has now to be explained as meaning that they describe it in terms of something which they hold does exist, but does not exist in nature, in terms of a supersensible reality. A metaphysical ethics is marked by the fact that it makes the assertion: that which would be perfectly good is something which exists, but is not natural, that which has some characteristic possessed by a supersensible reality. Such an assertion was made by the Stoics when they asserted that a life in accordance with nature was perfect, for they did not mean by nature what I have so defined, but something supersensible, which they inferred to exist, and which they held to be perfectly good. Such an assertion again is made by Spinoza when he tells us that we are more or less perfect in proportion as we are more or less closely united with absolute substance by the intellectual love of God. Such an assertion is made by Kant when he tells us that his kingdom of ends is the ideal. And such, finally, is made by modern writers who tell us that the final and perfect end is to realize our true selves, a self different both from the whole and from any part of that which exists here and now in nature. Now it is plain that such ethical principles have a merit, not possessed by naturalism, in recognizing that for perfect goodness much more is required than any quantity of what exists here and now or can be inferred as likely to exist in the future. And moreover, it is quite possible that their assertions should be true, if we only understand them to assert that something which is real possesses all the characteristics necessary for perfect goodness. But this is not all that they assert. They also imply, as I said, that this ethical proposition follows from some proposition which is metaphysical, that the question what is real has some logical bearing upon the question what is good. It was for this reason that I described metaphysical ethics in chapter 2 as based upon the naturalistic fallacy, and that a knowledge of what is real supplies reason for holding certain things to be good in themselves is either implied or expressly asserted by all those who define the supreme good in metaphysical terms. This contention is part of what is meant by saying that ethics should be based on metaphysics. It is meant that some knowledge of supersensible reality is necessary as a premise for correct conclusions as to what ought to exist. This view is, for instance, plainly expressed in the following statements. The truth is that the theory of ethics which seems most satisfactory has a metaphysical basis. If we rest our view of ethics on the idea of the development of ideal self or of the rational universe, the significance of this cannot be made fully apparent without a metaphysical examination of the nature of self, nor can its validity be established except by a discussion of the reality of the rational universe. The validity of an ethical conclusion about the nature of the ideal, it is here asserted, cannot be established except by considering the question whether that ideal is real. Such an assertion involves the naturalistic fallacy. It rests upon the failure to receive that any truth which asserts this is good in itself is quite unique in kind, that it cannot be reduced to any assertion about reality, and therefore must remain unaffected by any conclusions we may reach about the nature of reality. This confusion as to the unique nature of ethical truths is, I have said, involved in all those ethical theories which I have called metaphysical. It is plain that, but for some confusion of the sort, no one would think it worth while even to describe the supreme good in metaphysical terms. If, for instance, we are told that the ideal consists in the realization of the true self, the very word suggests that the fact that the self in question is true is supposed to have some bearing on the fact that it is good. All the ethical truths which can possibly be conveyed by such an assertion would be just as well conveyed by saying that the ideal consisted in the realization of a particular kind of self, which might be either real or purely imaginary. Metaphysical ethics, then, involves the supposition that ethics can be based on metaphysics, and our first concern with them is to make clear that this supposition must be false. 68. In what way can the nature of supersensible reality possibly have a bearing upon ethics? I have distinguished two kinds of ethical questions, which are far too commonly confused with one another. Ethics, as commonly understood, has to answer both the question what ought to be and the question what ought we to do. The second of these questions can only be answered by considering what effects our actions will have. A complete answer to it would give us that department of ethics which may be called the doctrine of means or practical ethics. And upon this department of ethical inquiry it is plain that the nature of a supersensible reality may have a bearing. If, for instance, metaphysics could tell us not only that we are immortal, but also in any degree what effects our actions in this life will have upon our condition in a future one, such information would have an undoubted bearing upon the question what we ought to do. The Christian doctrine of heaven and hell are in this way highly relevant to practical ethics. But it is worthy of notice that the most characteristic doctrines of metaphysics are such as either have no such bearing upon practical ethics or have a purely negative bearing, involving the conclusion that there is nothing which we ought to do at all. They profess to tell us the nature not of a future reality, but of one that is eternal and which therefore no actions of ours can have power to alter. Such information may indeed have relevance to practical ethics, but it must be of a purely negative kind. For, If it holds not only that such an eternal reality exists, but also, as is commonly the case, that nothing else is real, that nothing either has been, is now, or will be real in time, then truly it will follow that nothing we can do will ever bring any good to pass. For it is certain that our actions can only affect the future, and if nothing can be real in the future, we can certainly not hope ever to make any good thing real. It would follow then that there can be nothing which we ought to do. We cannot possibly do any good, for neither our efforts nor any result which they may seem to effect have any real existence. But this consequence, though it follows strictly from many metaphysical doctrines, is rarely drawn. Although a metaphysician may say that nothing is real but that which is eternal, he will generally allow that there is some reality also in the temporal, and his doctrine of an eternal reality need not interfere with practical ethics, if he allows that, however good the eternal reality may be, yet some things will also exist in time, and that the existence of some will be better than that of others. It is, however, worth while to insist upon this point, because it is rarely fully realized. If it is maintained that there is any validity at all in practical ethics, that any proposition which asserts we ought to do so and so can have any truth, this contention can only be consistent with the metaphysics of an eternal reality, under two conditions. One of these is, 1. That the true eternal reality which is to be our guide cannot, as is implied by calling it true, be the only true reality. For a moral rule bidding us realize a certain end can only be justified if it is possible that that end should, at least partially, be realized. Unless our efforts can affect the real existence of some good, however little, we certainly have no reason for making them. And if the eternal reality is the sole reality, then nothing good can possibly exist in time. We can only be told to try to bring into existence something which we know beforehand cannot possibly exist. If it is said that what exists in time can only be a manifestation of the true reality, it must at least be allowed that the manifestation is another true reality, a good which we really can cause to exist, for the production of something quite unreal, even if it were possible, cannot be a reasonable end of action. But if the manifestation of that which eternally exists is real, then that which eternally exists is not the sole reality. And the second condition which follows from such a metaphysical principle of ethics is, 2. That the eternal reality cannot be perfect, cannot be the sole good. For just as a reasonable rule of conduct requires that what we are told to realize should be capable of being truly real, so it requires that the realization of this ideal shall be truly good. It is just that which can be realized by our efforts, the appearance of the eternal in time, or whatsoever else is allowed to be attainable, which must be truly good, if it is to be worth our efforts. That the eternal reality is good will by no means justify us in aiming at its manifestation, unless that manifestation itself be also good. For the manifestation is different from the reality, its difference is allowed, when we are told that it cannot be made to exist, whereas the reality itself exists unalterably. And the existence of this manifestation is the only thing which we can hope to effect. That also is admitted. If therefore the moral maxim is to be justified, it is the existence of this manifestation, as distinguished from the existence of its corresponding reality, which must be truly good. The reality may be good too, but to justify the statement that we ought to produce anything, it must be maintained that just that thing itself, and not something else which may be like it, is truly good. If it is not true that the existence of the manifestation will add something to the sum of the good in the universe, then we have no reason to aim at making it exist. And if it is true that it will add something to the sum of good, then the existence of that which is eternal cannot be perfect by itself. It cannot include the whole of possible goods. Metaphysics, then, will have a bearing upon practical ethics, upon the question what we ought to do. But the most characteristic metaphysical doctrines, those which profess to tell us not about the future, but about the nature of an eternal reality, can either have no bearing upon this practical question, or else must have a purely destructive bearing. For it is plain that what exists eternally cannot be affected by our actions, and only what is affected by our actions can have a bearing on their value as means. But the nature of an eternal reality either admits no inference as to the results of our actions, except in so far as it can also give us information about the future, and how it can do this is not plain; or else if, as is usual, it is maintained to be the sole reality and the sole good, it shews that no results of our actions can have any value whatever. 69. But this bearing upon practical ethics, such as it is not what is commonly meant when it is maintained that ethics must be based on metaphysics. It is not the assertion of this relation which I have taken to be characteristic of metaphysical ethics. What metaphysical writers commonly maintain is not merely that metaphysics can help us to decide what the effects of our actions will be, but that it can tell us which among possible effects will be good and which will be bad. They profess that metaphysics is a necessary basis for an answer to that other and primary ethical question, what ought to be, what is good in itself. That no truth about what is real can have any logical bearing upon the answer to this question has been proved in Chapter 1. To suppose that it has implies the naturalistic fallacy. All that remains for us to do is, therefore, to expose the main errors which seem to have lent plausibility to this fallacy in its metaphysical form. If we ask, what bearing can metaphysics have upon the question, what is good? The only possible answer is, obviously and absolutely none. We can only hope to enforce conviction that this answer is the only true one by answering the question, why has it been supposed to have such a bearing? We shall find that metaphysical writers seem to have failed to distinguish the primary ethical question, what is good, from various other questions, and to point out these distinctions will serve to confirm the view that their profession to base ethics on metaphysics is solely due to confusion. 70. And, first of all, there is an ambiguity in the very question, what is good, to which it seems some influence must be attributed. The question may mean either, which among existing things are good, or else, what sort of things are good? What are the things which, whether they are real or not, ought to be real? And of these two questions it is plain that to answer the first we must know both the answer to the second and also the answer to this question, what is real? It asks for a catalogue of all the good things there are in the universe, and also which of them are good. Upon this question, then, our metaphysics would have a bearing if it can tell us what is real. It would help us to complete the list of things which are both real and good. But to make such a list is not the business of ethics. So far as it inquires what is good, its business is finished when it has completed the list of things which ought to exist, whether they do exist or not. And if our metaphysics is to have any bearing upon this part of the ethical problem, it must be because the fact that something is real gives a reason for thinking that it or something else is good, whether it be real or not. That any such fact can give any such reason is impossible, but it may be suspected that the contrary supposition has been encouraged by the failure to distinguish between the assertion, this is good, when it means this sort of thing is good, or this would be good if it existed, and the assertion, this existing thing is good. The latter proposition obviously cannot be true unless the thing exists, and hence the proof of the thing's existence is a necessary step to its proof. Both propositions, however, in spite of this immense difference between them, are commonly expressed in the same terms. We use the same words when we assert an ethical proposition about a subject that is actually real, and when we assert it about a subject considered as merely possible. In this ambiguity of language we have, then, a possible source of error with regard to the bearing of truths that assert reality upon truths that assert goodness, and that this ambiguity is actually neglected by those metaphysical writers who profess that the supreme good consists in an eternal reality may be shewn in the following way. We have seen, in considering the possible bearing of metaphysics upon practical ethics, that, since what exists eternally cannot possibly be affected by our actions, no practical maxim can possibly be true, if the sole reality is eternal. This fact, as I said, is commonly neglected by metaphysical writers. They assert both of the two contradictory propositions that the sole reality is eternal and that its realization in the future is a good too. Professor Mackenzie, we saw, asserts that we ought to aim at the realization of the true self, or the rational universe, and yet Professor Mackenzie holds, as the word true plainly implies, that both the true self and the rational universe are eternally real. Where we have already a contradiction in the supposition that what is eternally real can be realized in the future, and it is comparatively unimportant whether or not we add to this the further contradiction involved in the supposition that the eternal is the sole reality. That such contradiction should be supposed valid can only be explained by a neglect of the distinction between a real subject and the character which that real subject possesses. What is eternally real may, indeed, be realized in the future, if by this be only meant the sort of thing which is eternally real. But when we assert that a thing is good, what we mean is that its existence or reality is good, and the eternal existence of a thing cannot possibly be the same good as the existence in time of what, in a necessary sense, is nevertheless the same thing. When, therefore, we are told that the future realization of the true self is good, this can at most only mean that the future realization of a self exactly like the self which is true and exists eternally is good. If this fact were clearly stated, instead of consistently ignored, by those who advocate the view that the supreme good can be defined in these metaphysical terms, it seems probable that the view that a knowledge of reality is necessary to a knowledge of the supreme good would lose part of its plausibility. That at which we ought to aim cannot possibly be that which is eternally real, even if it be exactly like it, and that the eternal reality cannot possibly be the sole good, these two propositions seem sensibly to diminish the probability that ethics must be based on metaphysics. It is not very plausible to maintain that because one thing is real, therefore something like it, which is not real, would be good. It seems, therefore, that some of the plausibility of metaphysical ethics may be reasonably attributed to the failure to observe that verbal ambiguity, whereby this is good may mean either this real thing is good, or the existence of this thing, whether it exists or not, would be good. End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 71. By exposing this ambiguity, then, we are enabled to see more clearly what must be meant by the question, can ethics be based on metaphysics? And we are, therefore, more likely to find the correct answer. It is now plain that a metaphysical principle of ethics which says, this eternal reality is the supreme good, can only mean, something like this eternal reality would be the supreme good. We are now to understand such principles as having the only meaning which they can consistently have, namely as describing the kind of thing which ought to exist in the future, and which we ought to try to bring about. And, when this is clearly recognized, it seems more evident that the knowledge that such a kind of thing is also eternally real cannot help us at all towards deciding the properly ethical question, is the existence of that kind of thing good? If we can see that an eternal reality is good, we can see, equally easily, once the idea of such a thing has been suggested to us, that it would be good. The metaphysical construction of reality would therefore be quite useful for the purposes of ethics if it were a mere construction of an imaginary utopia. Provided the kind of thing suggested is the same, fiction is as useful as truth for giving us matter upon which to exercise the judgment of value. Though, therefore, we admit that metaphysics may serve an ethical purpose in suggesting things which would not otherwise have occurred to us, but which, when they are suggested, we see to be good, yet it is not as metaphysics, as professing to tell us what is real, that it has this use. And, in fact, the pursuit of truth must limit the usefulness of metaphysics in this respect. Wild and extravagant as are the assertions which metaphysicians have made about reality, it is not to be supposed but that they have been partially deterred from making them wilder still, by the idea that it was their business to tell nothing but the truth. But the wilder they are, and the less useful for metaphysics, the more useful will they be for ethics. Since, in order to be sure that we have neglected nothing in the description of our ideal, we should have had before us as wide a field as possible of suggested goods. It is probable that this utility of metaphysics in suggesting possible ideals may sometimes be what is meant by the assertion that ethics should be based on metaphysics. It is not uncommon to find that which suggests a truth confused with that on which it logically depends, and I have already pointed out that metaphysical have, in general, this superiority over naturalistic systems, that they conceive the supreme good as something differing more widely from what exists here and now. But if it be recognized that, in this sense, ethics should, far more emphatically, be based on fiction, metaphysicians will, I think, admit that a connection of this kind between metaphysics and ethics would by no means justify the importance which they attribute to the bearing of the one study on the other. 72. We may, then, attribute the obstinate prejudice that a knowledge of supersensible reality is a necessary step to a knowledge of what is good in itself, partly to a failure to perceive that the subject of the latter judgment is not anything real as such, and partly to a failure to distinguish the cause of our perception of a truth from the reason why it is true. But these two causes will carry us only a very little way in our explanation of why metaphysics should have been supposed to have a bearing upon ethics. The first explanation which I have given would only account for the supposition that a thing's reality is a necessary condition for this goodness. This supposition is, indeed, commonly made. We find it commonly presupposed that unless a thing can be shown to be involved in the constitution of reality, it cannot be good. And it is, therefore, worthwhile to insist that this is not the case, that metaphysics is not even necessary to furnish part of the basis of ethics. But when metaphysicians talk of basing ethics on metaphysics, they commonly mean much more than this. They commonly mean that metaphysics is the sole basis of ethics, that it furnishes not only one necessary condition, but all the conditions necessary to prove that certain things are good. And this view may, at first sight, appear to be held in two different forms. It may be asserted that merely to prove a thing supersensibly real is sufficient to prove it good, that the truly real must, for that reason alone, be truly good. But more commonly it appears to be held that the real must be good because it possesses certain characters, and we may, I think, reduce the first kind of assertion to no more than this. When it is asserted that the real must be good because it is real, it is commonly also held that this is only because, in order to be real, it must be of a certain kind. The reasoning by which it is thought that a metaphysical enquiry can give an ethical conclusion is of the following form. From a consideration of what it is to be real, we can infer that what is real must have certain supersensible properties. But to have those properties is identical with being good. It is the very meaning of the word. It follows therefore that what has these properties is good, and from a consideration of what it is to be real, we can again infer what it is that has these properties. It is plain that, if such reasoning were correct, any answer which could be given to the question, what is good in itself, could be arrived at by a purely metaphysical discussion and by that alone. Just as, when Mill supposed that to be good meant to be desired, the question what is good could be and must be answered solely by an empirical investigation of the question what was desired. So here, if to be good means to have some supersensible property, the ethical question can and must be answered by a metaphysical enquiry into the question, what has this property? What, then, remains to be done in order to destroy the plausibility of metaphysical ethics is to express the chief errors which seem to have led metaphysicians to suppose that to be good means to possess some supersensible property. 73. What, then, are the chief reasons which have made it seem plausible to maintain that to be good must mean to possess some supersensible property or to be related to some supersensible reality? We may, first of all, notice one, which seems to have had some influence in causing the view that good must be defined by some such property, although it does not suggest any particular property as the one required. This reason lies in the supposition that the proposition "this is good" or "this would be good if it existed" must, in a certain respect, be of the same type as other propositions. The fact is that there is one type of proposition so familiar to everyone, and therefore having such a strong hold upon the imagination, that philosophers have always supposed that all other types of propositions must be reducible to it. This type is that of the objects of experience, of all those truths which occupy our minds for the immensely greater part of our waking lives, truths such as that somebody is in the room, that I am writing or eating or talking. All these truths, however much they may differ, have this in common, that in them both the grammatical subject and the grammatical object stand for something which exists. Immensely the commonest type of truths, then, is one which asserts a relation between two existing things. Ethical truths are immediately felt not to conform to this type, and the naturalistic fallacy arises from the attempt to make out that, in some roundabout way, they do conform to it. It is immediately obvious that when we see a thing to be good, its goodness is not a property which we can take up in our hands, or separate from it even by the most delicate scientific instruments, and transfer to something else. It is not, in fact, like most of the predicates which we ascribe to things, a part of the thing to which we ascribe it. But philosophers suppose that the reason why we cannot take goodness up and move it about is not that it is a different kind of object from any which can be moved about, but only that it necessarily exists together with anything with which it does exist. They explain the type of ethical truths by supposing it identical with the type of scientific laws, and it is only when they have done this that the naturalistic philosophers proper, those who are empiricists, and those whom I have called metaphysical, part company. These two classes of philosophers do indeed differ with regard to the nature of scientific laws. The former class tend to suppose that they mean only, this has accompanied, does now and will accompany that in these particular instances. They reduce the scientific law quite simply and directly to the familiar type of proposition which I have pointed out. But this does not satisfy the metaphysicians. They see that when you say, this would accompany that if that existed, you don't mean only that this and that have existed and will exist together so many times, but it is beyond even their powers to believe that what you do mean is merely what you say. They still think you must mean somehow or other that something does exist, since that is what you generally mean when you say anything. They are as unable as the empiricists to imagine that you can ever mean that 2 + 2 = 4. The empiricists say this means that so many couples of things have in each case been 4 things, and hence that 2 and 2 would not make 4 unless precisely those things had existed. The metaphysicians feel that this is wrong, but they themselves have no better account of its meaning to give than either, with Leibniz, that God's mind is in a certain state, or, with Kant, that your mind is in a certain state, or, finally, with Mr. Bradley, that something is in a certain state. Here, then, we have the root of the naturalistic fallacy. The metaphysicians have the merit of seeing that when you say, "This would be good if it existed," you can't mean merely, "This has existed and was desired," however many times that may have been the case. They will admit that some good things have not existed in this world, and even that some may not have been desired. But what you can mean, except that something exists, they really cannot see. Precisely the same error which leads them to suppose that there must exist a supersensible reality leads them to commit the naturalistic fallacy with regard to the meaning of good. Every truth, they think, must mean somehow that something exists, and since, unlike the empiricists, they recognize some truths which do not mean that anything exists here and now, these they think must mean that something exists not here and now. On the same principle, since good is a predicate which neither does nor can exist, they are bound to suppose either that to be good means to be related to some other particular thing which can exist and does exist in reality, or else that it means merely to belong to the real world, that goodness is transcended or absorbed in reality. 74. That such a reduction of all propositions to the type of those which assert either that something exists or that something which exists has a certain attribute, which means that both exists in a certain relation to one another, is erroneous, may easily be seen by reference to the particular class of ethical propositions. For whatever we may have proved to exist, and whatever to existence we may have proved to be necessarily connected with one another, it still remains a distinct and different question whether what thus exists is good, whether either or both of the two existents is so, and whether it is good that they should exist together. To assert the one is plainly and obviously not the same thing as to assert the other. We understand what we mean by asking, is this which exists or necessarily exists after all good? And we perceive that we are asking a question which has not been answered. In the face of this direct perception that the two questions are distinct, no proof that they must be identical can have the slightest value. That the proposition "this is good" is thus distinct from every other proposition was proved in Chapter 1. And I may now illustrate this fact by pointing out how it is distinguished from two particular propositions with which it has commonly been identified. That so and so ought to be done is commonly called a moral law, and this phrase naturally suggests that the proposition is in some way analogous either to a natural law or to a law in the legal sense, or to both. All three are, in fact, really analogous in one respect, and in one respect only, that they include a proposition which is universal. A moral law asserts, "This is good in all cases"; a natural law asserts, "This happens in all cases"; and a law in the legal sense, "It is commanded that this be done or left undone in all cases." But since it is very natural to suppose that the analogy extends further, and that the assertion "this is good in all cases" is equivalent to the assertion "this happens in all cases," or to the assertion "it is commanded that this be done in all cases," it may be useful briefly to point out that they are not equivalent. 75. The fallacy of supposing moral law to be analogous to natural law in respect of asserting that some action is one which is always necessarily done is contained in one of the most famous doctrines of Kant. Kant identifies what ought to be with the law according to which a free or pure will must act, with the only kind of action which is possible for it, and by this identification he does not mean merely to assert that free will is also under the necessity of doing what it ought. He means that what it ought to do means nothing but its own law, the law according to which it must act. It differs from the human will just in that what we ought to do is what it necessarily does. It is autonomous, and by this is meant, among other things, that there is no separate standard by which it can be judged. That the question, is the law by which this will acts a good one, is, in its case, meaningless. It follows that what is necessarily willed by this pure will is good, not because that will is good, nor for any other reason, but merely because it is what is necessarily willed by a pure will. Kant's assertion of the autonomy of the practical reason thus has the very opposite effect to that which he desired. It makes his ethics, ultimately and hopelessly, heteronymous. His moral law is independent of metaphysics only in the sense that according to him we can know it independently. He holds that we can only infer that there is freedom from the fact that the moral law is true. And so far as he keeps strictly to this view, he does avoid the error into which most metaphysical writers fall, of allowing his opinions as to what is real to influence his judgment of what is good. But he fails to see that on his view the moral law is dependent upon freedom in a far more important sense than that in which freedom depends on the moral law. He admits that freedom is the ratio essendi of the moral law, whereas the latter is only the ratio cognoscendi of freedom. And this means, unless reality be such as he says, no assertion that this is good can possibly be true. It can indeed have no meaning. He has therefore furnished his opponents with a conclusive method of attacking the validity of the moral law. If they can only show by some other means, which he denies to be possible but leaves theoretically open, that the nature of reality is not such as he says, he cannot deny that they will have proved his ethical principle to be false. If what this ought to be done means this is willed by a free will, then if it can be shown that there is no free will which wills anything, it will follow that nothing ought to be done. 76. And Kant also commits the fallacy of supposing that this ought to be means this is commanded. He conceives the moral law to be an imperative. And this is a very common mistake. This ought to be, it is assumed, must mean this is commanded. Nothing therefore would be good unless it were commanded, and since commands in this world are liable to be erroneous, what ought to be in its ultimate sense means what is commanded by some real supersensible authority. With regard to this authority it is, then, no longer possible to ask, is it righteous? Its commands cannot fail to be right, because to be right means to be what it commands. Here, therefore, law in the moral sense is supposed to be analogous to law in the legal sense, rather than, as in the last instance, to law in the natural sense. It is supposed that moral obligation is analogous to legal obligation, with this difference only that whereas the source of legal obligation is earthly, that of the moral obligation is heavenly. Yet it is obvious that if by a source of obligation is meant only a power which binds you or compels you to do a thing, it is not because it does do this that you ought to obey it. It is only if it be itself so good that it commands and enforces only what is good that it can be a source of moral obligation. And in that case what it commands and enforces would be good, whether commanded and enforced or not. Just that which makes an obligation legal, namely the fact that it is commanded by a certain kind of authority, is entirely irrelevant to moral obligation. However an authority be defined, its commands will be morally binding only if they are morally binding, only if they tell us what ought to be or what is a means to that which ought to be. 77. In this last error, in the supposition that when I say "you ought to do this," I must mean "you are commanded to do this," we have one of the reasons which has led to the supposition that the particular supersensible property by reference to which good must be defined is will. And that ethical conclusion may be obtained by enquiring into the nature of a fundamentally real will seems to be by far the commonest assumption of metaphysical ethics at the present day. But this assumption seems to owe its plausibility not so much to the supposition that ought expresses a command as to a far more fundamental error. This error consists in supposing that to ascribe certain predicates to a thing is the same thing as to say that that thing is the object of a certain kind of psychical state. It is supposed that to say that a thing is real or true is the same thing as to say that it is known in a certain way, and that the difference between the assertion that it is good and the assertion that it is real, between an ethical, therefore, and a metaphysical proposition, consists in the fact that whereas the latter asserts its relation to cognition, the former asserts its relation to will. Now that this is an error has been already shown in chapter 1. That the assertion "this is good" is not identical with the assertion "this is willed," either by a supersensible will or otherwise, nor with any other proposition, has been proved. Nor can I add anything to that proof. But in face of this proof, it may be anticipated that two lines of defense may be taken up. 1. It may be maintained that nevertheless they really are identical, and facts may be pointed out which seems to prove that identity. Or else, 2. It may be said that an absolute identity is not maintained, that it is only meant to assert that there is some special connection between will and goodness, such as makes an enquiry into the real nature of the former an essential step in the proof of ethical conclusions. In order to meet these two possible objections, I propose first to show what possible connections there are or may be between goodness and will, and that none of these can justify us in asserting that "this is good" is identical with "this is willed." On the other hand, it will appear that some of them may be easily confused with this assertion of identity, and that therefore the confusion is likely to have been made. This part of my argument will, therefore, already go some way towards meeting the second objection. But what must be conclusive against this is to show that any possible connection between will and goodness except the absolute identity in question would not be sufficient to give an enquiry into will the smallest relevance to the proof of any ethical conclusion. 78. It has been customary, since Kant's time, to assert that cognition, volition, and feeling are three fundamentally distinct attitudes of the mind towards reality. They are three distinct ways of experiencing, and each of them informs us of a distinct aspect under which reality may be considered. The epistemological method of approaching metaphysics rests on the assumption that by considering what is implied in cognition, what is its ideal, we may discover what properties the world must have, if it is to be true. And similarly it is held that by considering what is implied in the fact of willing or feeling, what is the ideal which they presuppose, we may discover what properties the world must have, if it is to be good or beautiful. The orthodox idealistic epistemologist differs from the sensationalist or empiricist in holding that what we directly cognize is neither all true nor yet the whole truth. In order to reject the false and to discover further truths, we must, he says, not take cognition merely as it presents itself, but discover what is implied in it. And similarly the orthodox metaphysical ethicist differs from the mere naturalist in holding that not everything which we actually will is good, nor, if good, completely good. What is really good is that which is implied in the essential nature of will. Others again think that feeling and not will is the fundamental datum for ethics. But in either case it is agreed that ethics has some relation to will or feeling which it has not to cognition, and which other objects of study have to cognition. Will or feeling on the one hand, and cognition on the other, are regarded as in some sense coordinate sources of philosophical knowledge, the one of practical, the other of theoretical philosophy. What, that is true, can possibly be meant by this view? 79. First of all, it may be meant that, just as, by reflection on our perceptual and sensory experience, we become aware of the distinction between truth and falsehood, so it is by reflection on our experiences of feeling and willing that we become more aware of our ethical distinctions. We should not know what was meant by thinking one thing better than another unless the attitude of our will or feeling towards one thing was different from its attitude towards another. All this may be admitted. But so far we have only the psychological fact that it is only because we will or feel things in a certain way that we ever come to think them good, just as it is only because we have certain perceptual experiences that we ever come to think things true. Here then is a special connection between willing and goodness, but it is only a causal connection, that willing is a necessary condition for the cognition of goodness. But it may be said further that willing and feeling are not only the origin of cognitions of goodness, but that to will a thing or to have a certain feeling towards a thing is the same thing as to think it good. And it may be admitted that even this is generally true in a sense. It does seem to be true that we hardly ever think a thing good, and never very decidedly, without at the same time having a special attitude of feeling or will towards it, though it is certainly not the case that this is true universally. And the converse may possibly be true universally. It may be the case that a perception of goodness is included in the complex facts which we mean by willing by having certain kinds of feeling. Let us admit then that to think a thing good and to will it are the same thing in this sense, that wherever the latter occurs, the former also occurs as part of it, and even that they are generally the same thing in the converse sense, that when the former occurs, it is generally part of the latter. End of chapter 4, part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G. E. Moore. 80. These facts may seem to give countenance to the general assertion that to think a thing good is to prefer it or approve it, in the sense in which preference and approval denote certain kinds of will or feeling. It seems to be always true that when we thus prefer or approve, there is included in that fact the fact that we think good, and it is certainly true in an immense majority of instances that when we think good we also prefer or approve. It is natural enough, then, to say that to think good is to prefer, and what more natural than to add, when I say a thing is good, I mean that I prefer it. And yet this natural addition involves a gross confusion. Even if it be true that to think good is the same thing as to prefer, which, as we have seen, is never true in the sense that they are absolutely identical, and not always true in the sense that they occur together, yet it is not true that what you think when you think a thing good is that you prefer it. Even if your thinking the thing good is the same thing as your preference of it, yet the goodness of the thing, that of which you think, is for that very reason obviously not the same thing as your preference of it. Whether you have a certain thought or not is one question, and whether what you think is true is quite a different one, upon which the answer to the first has not the least bearing. The fact that you prefer a thing does not tend to show that the thing is good, even if it does show that you think it so. It seems to be owing to this confusion that the question "what is good" is thought to be identical with the question "what is preferred." It is said with sufficient truth that you would never know a thing was good unless you preferred it, just as you would never know a thing existed unless you perceived it. But it is added, and this is false, that you would never know a thing was good unless you knew that you preferred it, or that it existed unless you knew that you perceived it. And it is finally added, and this is utterly false, that you cannot distinguish the fact that a thing is good from the fact that you prefer it, or the fact that it exists from the fact that you perceive it. It is often pointed out that I cannot at any given moment distinguish what is true from what I think so, and this is true. But though I cannot distinguish what is true from what I think, I always can distinguish what I mean by saying that it is true from what I mean by saying that I think so. For I understand the meaning of the supposition that what I think true may nevertheless be false. When therefore I assert that it is true, I mean to assert something different from the fact that I think so. What I think, namely that something is true, is always quite distinct from the fact that I think it. The assertion that it is true does not even include the assertion that I think it so. Although, of course, whenever I do think a thing true, it is, as a matter of fact, also true that I do think it. This tautologous proposition that for a thing to be thought true it is necessary that it should be thought, is, however, commonly identified with the proposition that for a thing to be true it is necessary that it should be thought. A very little reflection should suffice to convince anyone that this identification is erroneous, and a very little more will show that, if so, we must mean by true something which includes no reference to thinking or to any other physical fact. It may be difficult to discover precisely what we mean, to hold the object in question before us so as to compare it with other objects. But that we do mean something distinct and unique can no longer be matter of doubt. That to be true means to be thought in a certain way is therefore certainly false. Yet this assertion plays the most essential part in Kant's Copernican revolution of philosophy, and renders worthless the whole mass of modern literature to which the revolution has given rise, and which is called epistemology. Kant held that what was unified in a certain manner by the synthetic activity of thought was ipso facto true, that this was the very meaning of the word. Whereas it is plain that the only connection which can possibly hold between being true and being thought in a certain way is that the latter should be a criterion or test of the former. In order, however, to establish that it is so, it would be necessary to establish by the methods of induction that what was true was always thought in a certain way. Modern epistemology dispenses with this long and difficult investigation at the cost of the self-contradictory assumption that truth and the criterion of truth are one and the same thing. 81. It is, then, a very natural though an utterly false supposition that for a thing to be true is the same thing as for it to be perceived or thought of in a certain way. And since, for the reasons given above, the fact of preference seems roughly to stand in the same relation to thinking things good, in which the fact of perception stands to thinking that they are true or exist, it is very natural that for a thing to be good should be supposed identical with its being preferred in a certain way. But once this coordination of volition and cognition has been accepted, it is again very natural that every fact which seems to support the conclusion that being true is identical with being cognized should confirm the corresponding conclusion that being good is identical with being willed. It will therefore be in place to point out another confusion, which seems to have had great influence in causing acceptance of the view that to be true is the same thing as to be cognized. This confusion is due to a failure to observe that when we say we have a sensation or perception or that we know a thing, we mean to assert not only that our mind is cognitive, but also that that which it cognizes is true. It is not observed that the usage of these words is such that, if a thing be untrue, That fact alone is sufficient to justify us in saying that the person who says he perceives it or knows it does not perceive or know it, without our either enquiring whether or assuming that his state of mind differs in any respect from what it would have been had he perceived or known. It is not observed that the usage of these words is such that if a thing be untrue, the fact alone is sufficient to justify us in saying that the person who says he perceives it or knows it does not perceive or know it, without our either enquiring whether or assuming that his state of mind differs in any respect from what it would have been had he perceived or known. By this denial we do not accuse him of an error in introspection, even if there was such an error. We do not deny that he was aware of a certain object, nor even that his state of mind was exactly such as he took it to be. We merely deny that the object, of which he was aware, had a certain property. It is, however, commonly supposed that when we assert a thing to be perceived or known, we are asserting one fact only, and since of the two facts which we really assert, the existence of a physical state is by far the easier to distinguish, it is supposed that this is the only one which we do assert. Thus perception and sensation have come to be regarded as if they denoted certain states of mind and nothing more. A mistake which was easier to make since the commonest state of mind, to which we give a name which does not imply that its object is true, namely imagination, may, with some plausibility, be supposed to differ from sensation and perception not only in the property possessed by its object, but also in its character as a state of mind. It has thus come to be supposed that the only difference between perception and imagination by which they can be defined must be a merely psychical difference. And if this were the case, it would follow at once that to be true was identical with being cognized in a certain way, since the assertion that a thing is perceived does certainly include the assertion that it is true, and if nevertheless that it is perceived means only that the mind has a certain attitude towards it, then its truth must be identical with the fact that it is regarded in this way. We may then attribute the view that to be true means to be cognized in a certain way partly to the failure to perceive that certain words, which are commonly supposed to stand for nothing more than a certain kind of cognitive state, do, in fact, also include a reference to the truth of the object of such states. 82. I will now sum up account of the apparent connections between will and ethical propositions, which seems to support the vague conviction that this is good is somehow identical with this is willed in a certain way. 1. It may be maintained with sufficient show of truth that it is only because certain things were originally willed that we ever came to have ethical convictions at all. And it has been too commonly assumed that to show what was the cause of a thing is the same thing as to show the thing itself is. It is, however, hardly necessary to point out that this is not the case. It may be further maintained with some plausibility that to think a thing good and to will it in a certain way are now as a matter of fact identical. We must, however, distinguish certain possible meanings of this assertion. It may be admitted that when we think a thing good, we generally have a special attitude of will or feeling towards it, and that, perhaps, when we will it in a certain way, we do always think it good. But the very fact that we can thus distinguish the question whether, though the one is always accompanied by the other, yet this other may not always be accompanied by the first, shows that the two things are not, in the strict sense, identical. The fact is that, whatever we mean by will, or by any form of the will, the fact we mean by it certainly always includes something else beside the thinking a thing good. And hence that, when willing and thinking good are asserted to be identical, the most that can be meant is that this other element in will always both accompanies and is accompanied by the thinking good. And this, as has been said, is a very doubtful truth. Even, however, if it were strictly true, the fact that the two things can be distinguished is fatal to the assumed coordination between will and cognition, in one of the senses in which that assumption is commonly made. For it is only in respect of that other element in will that volition differs from cognition, whereas it is only in respect of the fact that volition, or some form of volition, includes a cognition of goodness, that will can have the same relation to ethical which cognition has to metaphysical propositions. Accordingly the fact of volition as a whole, that is, if we include in it the element which makes it volition and distinguish it from cognition, has not the same relation to ethical propositions which cognition has to those which are metaphysical. Volition and cognition are not coordinate ways of experiencing, since it is only in so far as volition denotes a complex fact which includes in it the one identical simple fact which is meant by cognition that volition is a way of experiencing at all. But 3. If we allow the terms volition or will to stand for thinking good, although they certainly do not commonly stand for this, there still remains the question, what connection would this fact establish between volition and ethics? Could the enquiry into what was willed be identical with the ethical enquiry into what was good? It is plain enough that they could not be identical, though it is also plain why they should be thought so. The question what is good is confused with the question what is thought good, and the question what is true with the question what is thought true, for two main reasons. 1. One of these is the general difficulty that is found in distinguishing what is cognized from the cognition of it. It is observed that I certainly cannot cognize anything that is true without cognizing it. Since therefore whenever I know a thing that is true, the thing is certainly cognized, it is assumed that for a thing to be true at all is the same thing as for it to be cognized. And 2. It is not observed that certain words, which are supposed to denote only peculiar species of cognition, do as a matter of fact also denote that the object cognized is true. Thus if perception be taken to denote only a certain kind of mental fact, then, since the object of it is always true, it becomes easy to suppose that to be true means only to be object to a mental state of that kind. And similarly it is easy to suppose that to be truly good differs from being falsely thought so, solely in respect of the fact that to be the former is to be the object of a volition differing from that of which an apparent good is the object, in the same way in which a perception on this supposition differs from an illusion. 83. Being good, then, is not identical with being willed or felt in any kind of way, any more than being true is identical with being thought in any kind of way. But let us suppose this to be admitted. Is it still possible that an enquiry into the nature of will or feeling should be a necessary step to the proof of ethical conclusions? If being good and being willed are not identical, then the most that can be maintained with regard to the connection of goodness with will is that what is good is always also willed in a certain way, and that what is willed in a certain way is always also good. And it may be said that this is all that is meant by those metaphysical writers who profess to base ethics upon the metaphysics of will. What would follow from this supposition? It is plain that if what is willed in a certain way were always also good, then the fact that a thing was so willed would be a criterion of its goodness. But in order to establish that will is a criterion of goodness, we must be able to show first and separately that in a great number of the instances in which we find a certain kind of will, we also find that the objects of that will are good. We might then, perhaps, be entitled to infer that in a few instances, where it was not obvious whether a thing was good or not, but was obvious that it was willed in the way required, the thing was really good, since it had the property which in all other instances we had found to be accompanied by goodness. A reference to will might thus, just conceivably, become of use towards the end of our ethical investigations, when we had already been able to show, independently of a vast number of different objects, that they were really good, and in what degree they were so. And against even this conceivable utility it may be urged, 1. That it is impossible to see why it should not be as easy, and it would certainly be the more secure way, to prove that the thing in question was good, by the same methods which we had used in proving that other things were good, as by reference to our criterion. And 2. That if we set ourselves seriously to find out what things are good, we shall see reason to think, as will appear in chapter 6, that they have no other property but common and peculiar to them beside their goodness, that in fact there is no criterion of goodness. 84. But to consider whether any form of will is or is not a criterion of goodness is quite unnecessary for our purpose here, since none of those writers who profess to base their ethics on an investigation of will have ever recognized the need of proving directly and independently that all the things which are willed in a certain way are good. They make no attempt to show that will is a criterion of goodness, and no stronger evidence could be given that they do not recognize that this, at most, is all it can be. As has been just pointed out, if we are to maintain that whatever is willed in a certain way is also good, we must in the first place be able to show that certain things have one property, goodness, and that the same things also have the other property, that they are willed in a certain way. And secondly, we must be able to show this in a very large number of instances, if we are to be entitled to claim any assent for the proposition that these two properties always accompany one another. Even when this was shown, it would still be doubtful whether the inference from generally to always would be valid, and almost certain that this doubtful principle would be useless. But the very question which it is the business of ethics to answer is this question what things are good, and, so long as hedonism retains its present popularity, it must be admitted that it is a question upon which there is scarcely any agreement and which therefore requires the most careful examination. The greatest and most difficult part of the business of ethics would therefore require to have been already accomplished before we could be entitled to claim that anything was a criterion of goodness. If, on the other hand, to be willed in a certain way was identical with being good, then indeed we should be entitled to start our ethical investigations by inquiring what was willed in the way required. That this is the way in which metaphysical writers start their investigations seems to show conclusively that they are influenced by the idea that goodness is identical with being willed. They do not recognize that the question what is good is a different one from the question what is willed in a certain way. Thus we find Green explicitly stating that the common characteristic of the good is that it satisfies some desire. If we are to take this statement strictly, it obviously asserts that good things have no characteristic in common except that they satisfy some desire, not even, therefore, that they are good. And this can only be the case if being good is identical with satisfying desire. If good is merely another name for desire satisfying, there could be no plainer instance of the naturalistic fallacy. And we cannot take the statement as a mere verbal slip, which does not affect the validity of Green's argument. For he nowhere either gives or pretends to give any reason for believing anything to be good in any sense, except that it is what would satisfy a particular kind of desire, the kind of desire which he tries to show to be that of a moral agent. An unhappy alternative is before us. Such reasoning would give valid reasons for his conclusions, if, and only if, being good and being desired in a particular way were identical. And in this case, as we have seen in chapter 1, his conclusions would not be ethical. On the other hand, if the two are not identical, his conclusions may be ethical and may even be right. but he has not given us a single reason for believing them. The thing which a scientific ethics is required to show, namely that certain things are really good, he has assumed to begin with, in assuming that things which are willed in a certain way are always good. We may, therefore, have as much respect for Green's conclusions as for those of any other man who details to us his ethical convictions, but that any of his arguments are such as to give us any reason for holding that Green's convictions are more likely to be true than those of any other man must be clearly denied. The prolegomena to ethics is quite as far as Mr. Spencer's Data of Ethics from making the smallest contribution to the solution of ethical problems. 85. The main object of this chapter has been to show that metaphysics, understood as the investigation of a supposed supersensible reality, can have no logical bearing whatever upon the answer to the fundamental ethical question, what is good in itself? That this is so follows at once from the conclusion of chapter 1 that good denotes an ultimate unanalyzable predicate. But this truth has been so systematically ignored that it seemed worthwhile to discuss and distinguish in detail the principal relations which do hold or have been supposed to hold between metaphysics and ethics. With this view I pointed out 1. That metaphysics may have a bearing on practical ethics, on the question what ought we to do, so far as it may be able to tell us what the future effects of our action will be. What it can not tell us is whether those effects are good or bad in themselves. One particular type of metaphysical doctrine, which is very frequently held, undoubtedly has such a bearing on practical ethics. For if it is true that the sole reality is an eternal, immutable absolute, then it follows that no action of ours can have any real effect, and hence that no practical proposition can be true. The same conclusion follows from the ethical proposition commonly combined with this metaphysical one, namely that this eternal reality is also the sole good. 2. The metaphysical writers, as where they fail to notice the contradiction between any practical proposition and the assertion that an eternal reality is the sole good, seem frequently to confuse the proposition that one particular existing thing is good with the proposition that the existence of that kind of thing would be good wherever it might occur. To the proof of the former proposition, metaphysics might be relevant, by showing that the thing existed. To the proof of the latter, it is wholly irrelevant. It can only serve the psychological function of suggesting things which may be valuable, a function which would be still better performed by pure fiction. But the most important source of the supposition that metaphysics is relevant to ethics seems to be the assumption that good must denote some real property of things, an assumption which is mainly due to two erroneous doctrines, the first logical, the second epistemological. Hence 3. I discussed the logical doctrine that all properties assert a relation between existents, and pointed out that the assimilation of ethical propositions either to natural laws or to commands are instances of this logical fallacy. And finally 4. I discussed the epistemological doctrine that to be good is equivalent to being willed or felt in some particular way, a doctrine which derives support from the analogous error which Kant regarded as the cardinal point of his system and which has received immensely wide acceptance, the erroneous view that to be true or real is equivalent to being thought in a particular way. In this discussion the main points to which I desire to direct attention are these: a. That volition and feeling are not analogous to cognition in the manner assumed, since in so far as these words denote an attitude of the mind towards an object, they are themselves merely instances of cognition. They differ only in respect of the kind of object of which they take cognizance, and in respect of the other mental accompaniments of such cognitions. b. That universally the object of a cognition must be distinguished from the cognition of which it is the object, and hence that in no case can the question of whether the object is true be identical with the question how it is cognized, or whether it is cognized at all. It follows that even if the proposition "this is good" were always the object of certain kinds of will or feeling, the truth of that proposition could in no case be established by proving that it was their object. Far less can that proposition itself be identical with the proposition that its subject is the object of volition or feeling. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G. E. Moore. Chapter 5, Ethics in Relation to Conduct. 86. In the present chapter we have again to take a great step in ethical method. My discussion hitherto has fallen under two main heads. Under the first I try to show what good, the adjective good, means. This appeared to be the first point to be settled in any treatment of ethics that should aim at being systematic. It is necessary we should know this, should know what good means, before we can go on to consider what is good, what things or qualities are good. It is necessary we should know it for two reasons. The first reason is that good is the notion upon which all ethics depends. We cannot hope to understand what we mean when we say that this is good or that is good until we understand quite clearly not only what this is or that is, which the natural sciences and philosophy can tell us, but also what is meant by calling them good, a matter which is reserved for ethics only. Unless we are quite clear on this point, our ethical reason will be always apt to be fallacious. We shall think that we are proving that a thing is good, when we are really only proving that it is something else, since unless we know what good means, unless we know what is meant by that notion in itself as distinct from what is meant by any other notion, we shall not be able to tell when we are dealing with it and when we are dealing with something else, which is perhaps like it, but yet not the same. And the second reason why we should settle first of all this question, what good means, is a reason of method. It is this, that we can never know on what evidence an ethical proposition rests until we know the nature of the notion which makes the proposition ethical. We cannot tell what is possible, by way of proof, in favor of one judgment that this or that is good, or against another judgment that this or that is bad, until we have recognized what the nature of such propositions must always be. In fact, it follows from the meaning of good and bad that such propositions are all of them, in Kant's phrase, synthetic. They all must rest in the end upon some proposition which must be simply accepted or rejected, which cannot be logically deduced from any other proposition. This result, which follows from our first investigation, may be otherwise expressed by saying that the fundamental principles of ethics must be self-evident. But I am anxious that this expression should not be misunderstood. The expression self-evident means properly that the proposition so called is evident or true by itself alone, that it is not an inference from some proposition other than itself. The expression does not mean that the proposition is true because it is evident to you or me or all mankind, because, in other words, it appears to us to be true. That a proposition appears to be true can never be a valid argument that true it really is. By saying that a proposition is self-evident, we mean emphatically that its appearing so to us is not the reason why it is true. For we mean that it has also absolutely no reason. It would not be a self-evident proposition if we could say of it, I cannot think otherwise and therefore it is true. For then its evidence or proof would not lie in itself, but in something else, namely our conviction of it. That it appears true to us may indeed be the cause of our asserting it, or the reason why we think and say that it is true. But a reason in this sense is something utterly different from a logical reason, or reason why something is true. Moreover, it is obviously not a reason of the same thing. The evidence of a proposition to us is only a reason for our holding it to be true, whereas a logical reason, or reason in the sense in which self-evident propositions have no reason, is a reason why the proposition itself must be true, not why we hold it so to be. Again, that a proposition is evident to us may not only be the reason why we do think or affirm it, it may even be a reason why we ought to think it or affirm it. But a reason in this sense too is not a logical reason for the truth of the proposition, though it is a logical reason for the rightness of holding the proposition. In our common language, however, these three meanings of reasons are constantly confused whenever we say, I have a reason for thinking that true. But it is absolutely essential, if we are to get clear notions about ethics or indeed about any other, especially any philosophical study, that we should distinguish them. When therefore I talk of intuitionistic hedonism, I must not be understood to imply that my denial that pleasure is the only good is based on my intuition of its falsehood. My intuition of its falsehood is indeed my reason for holding and declaring it untrue. It is indeed the only valid reason for so doing. But that is just because there is no logical reason for it, because there is no proper evidence or reason of its falsehood except itself alone. It is untrue because it is untrue, and there is no other reason. But I declare it untrue because its untruth is evident to me, and I hold that that is a sufficient reason for my assertion. We must not therefore look on intuition as if it were an alternative to reasoning. Nothing whatever can take the place of reasons for the truth of any proposition. Intuition can only furnish a reason for holding any proposition to be true. This, however, it must do when any proposition is self-evident, when, in fact, there are no reasons which prove its truth. 87. So much, then, for the first step, which established that good is good and nothing else whatever, and that naturalism was a fallacy. A second step was taken when we began to consider proposed self-evident principles of ethics. In this second division, resting on our result that good means good, we began the discussion of propositions asserting that such and such a thing or quality or concept was good. Of such a kind was the principle of intuitionistic or ethical hedonism, the principle that pleasure alone is good. Following the method established by our first discussion, I claim that the untruth of this proposition was self-evident. I could do nothing to prove that it was untrue. I could only point out as clearly as possible what it means, and how it contradicts other propositions which appear to be equally true. My only object in all this was, necessarily, to convince. But even if I did convince, that does not prove that we are right. It justifies us in holding that we are so, but nevertheless we may be wrong. On one thing, however, we may justly pride ourselves. It is that we have had a better chance of answering our questions rightly than Bentham or Mill or Sidgwick or others who have contradicted us. For we have proved that these have never even asked themselves the question which they professed to answer. They have confused it with another question. Small wonder, therefore, if their answer is different from ours. We must be quite sure that the same question has been put before we trouble ourselves at the different answers that are given to it. For all we know, the whole world would agree with us if they could once clearly understand the question upon which we want their votes. Certain it is that in all those cases where we found a difference of opinion, we found also that the question had not been clearly understood. Though, therefore, we cannot prove that we are right, yet we have a reason to believe that everybody, unless he is taking as to what he thinks, will think the same as we. It is as with a sum in mathematics. If we find a gross and palpable error in the calculations, we are not surprised or troubled that the person who made this mistake has reached a different result from ours. We think he will admit that this result is wrong if his mistake is pointed out to him. For instance, if a man has to add up 5 plus 7 plus 9, we should not wonder that he made the result to be 34 if he started by making 5 plus 7 equals 25. And so in ethics, if we find, as we did, that the desirable is confused with desired, or the end is confused with means, we need not be disconcerted that those who have committed these mistakes do not agree with us. The only difference is that in ethics, owing to the intricacy of its subject matter, it is far more difficult to persuade anyone either that he has made a mistake or that that mistake affects his result. In this second division of my subject, the division which is occupied with the question, what is good in itself, I have hitherto only tried to establish one definite result, and that a negative one, namely that pleasure is not the sole good. This result, if true, refutes half, or more than half, of the ethical theories which have ever been held, and is, therefore, not without importance. It will, however, be necessary presently to deal positively with the question, what things are good, and in what degrees. 88. But before proceeding to this discussion, I propose first to deal with the third kind of ethical question, the question, what ought we to do? The answering of this question constitutes the third great division of ethical inquiry, and its nature was briefly explained in chapter 1. It introduces into ethics, as was there pointed out, an entirely new question, the question what things are related as causes to that which is good in itself, and this question can only be answered by an entirely new method, the method of empirical investigation, by means of which causes are discovered in the other sciences. To ask what kind of actions we ought to perform or what kind of conduct is right, is to ask what kind of effects such action and conduct will produce. Not a single question in practical ethics can be answered except by a causal generalization. All such questions do, indeed, also involve an ethical judgment proper, the judgment that certain effects are better in themselves than others. But they do assert that these better things are effects, are causally connected with the actions in question. Every judgment in practical ethics may be reduced to the form, this is a cause of that good thing. 89. That this is the case, that the question, what is right, what is my duty, what ought I to do, belong exclusively to this third branch of ethical inquiry, is the first point to which I wish to call attention. All moral laws, I wish to show, are merely statements that certain kinds of actions will have good effects. The very opposite of this view has been generally prevalent in ethics. The right and the useful have been supposed to be at least capable of conflicting with one another, and, at all events, to be essentially distinct. It has been characteristic of a certain school of moralists, as of moral common sense, to declare that the end will never justify the means. What I wish first to point out is that right does and can mean nothing but cause of a good result, and is thus identical with useful. Whence it follows that the end always will justify the means, and that no action which is not justified by its results can be right. That there may be a true proposition, meant to be conveyed by the assertion the end will not justify the means, I fully admit. But that, in another sense, and a sense far more fundamental for ethical theory, it is utterly false must first be shown. That the assertion, I am morally bound to perform this action, is identical with the assertion, this action will produce the greatest amount of good in the universe, has already been briefly shown in chapter 1. But it is important to insist that this fundamental point is demonstrably certain. This may, perhaps, be best made evident in the following way. It is plain that when we assert that a certain action is our absolute duty, we are asserting that the performance of that action at that time is unique in respect of value. But no dutiful action can possibly have unique value in the sense that it is the sole thing of value in the world, since, in that case, every such action would be the sole good thing, which is a manifest contradiction. And for the same reason its value cannot be unique in the sense that it has more intrinsic value than anything else in the world, since every act of duty would then be the best thing in the world, which is also a contradiction. It can, therefore, be unique only in the sense that the whole world will be better, if it be performed, than if any possible alternative were taken. And the question whether this is so cannot possibly depend solely on the question of its own intrinsic value. For any action will always have effects different from those of any other action. And if any of these have intrinsic value, their value is exactly as relevant to the total goodness of the universe as that of their cause. It is, in fact, evident that, however valuable an action may be in itself, yet, owing to its existence, the sum of good in the universe may conceivably be made less than if some other action, less valuable in itself, had been performed. But to say that this is the case is to say that it would have been better that the action should not have been done, and this again is obviously equivalent to the statement that it ought not to have been done, that it was not what duty required. Fiat justitia ruat caelum can only be justified on the ground that by the doing of justice the universe gains more than it loses by the falling of the heavens. It is, of course, possible that this is the case, but, at all events, to assert that justice is a duty, in spite of such consequences, is to assert that it is the case. Our duty, therefore, can only be defined as that action which will cause more good to exist in the universe than any possible alternative, and what is right or morally permissible only differs from this as what will not cause less good than any possible alternative. When, therefore, ethics presumes to assert that certain ways of acting are duties, it presumes to assert that to act in those ways will always produce the greatest possible sum of good. If we are told that to do no murder is a duty, we are told that the action, whatever it may be, which is called murder, will under no circumstances cause so much good to exist in the universe as its avoidance. 90. But, if this be recognized, several most important consequences follow, with regard to the relation of ethics to conduct. 1. It is plain that no moral law is self-evident, as has commonly been held by the intuitional school of moralists. The intuitional view of ethics consists in the supposition that certain rules, stating that certain actions are always to be done or to be omitted, may be taken as self-evident premises. I have shown with regard to judgments of what is good in itself that this is the case. No reason can be given for them. But it is the essence of intuitionism to suppose that rules of action, statements not of what ought to be, but of what we ought to do, are in the same sense intuitively certain. Plausibility has been lent to this view by the fact that we do undoubtedly make immediate judgment that certain actions are obligatory or wrong. We are thus often intuitively certain of our duty, in a psychological sense. But nevertheless these judgments are not self-evident and cannot be taken as ethical premises, since, as has now been shown, they are capable of being confirmed or refuted by an investigation of causes and effects. It is indeed possible that some of our immediate intuitions are true, but since what we intuit, what conscience tells us, is that certain actions will always produce the greatest sum of good possible under the circumstances, it is plain that reasons can be given which will show the deliverance of conscience to be true or false. 91. 2. In order to show that any action is a duty, it is necessary to know both what are the other conditions which will, conjointly with it, determine its effects, to know exactly what will be the effects of these conditions, and to know all the events which will be in any way affected by our action throughout an infinite future. We must have all this causal knowledge, and further we must know accurately the degree of value both of the action itself and of all these effects, and must be able to determine how, in conjunction with the other things in the universe, they will affect its value as an organic whole. And not only this, we must also possess all this knowledge with regard to the effects of every possible alternative, and must then be able to see by comparison that the total value due to the existence of the action in question will be greater. But it is obvious that our causal knowledge alone is far too incomplete for us ever to assure ourselves of this result, that an action is our duty. We can never be sure that any action will produce the greatest value possible. Ethics, therefore, is quite unable to give us a list of duties. But there still remains a humbler task which may be possible for practical ethics. Although we cannot hope to discover which, in a given situation, is the best of all possible alternative actions, there may be some possibility of showing which among the alternatives, likely to occur to anyone, will produce the greatest sum of good. This second task is certainly all that ethics can ever have accomplished, and it is certainly all that it has ever collected materials for proving, since no one has ever attempted to exhaust the possible alternative actions in any particular case. Ethical philosophers have in fact confined their attention to a very limited class of actions, which have been selected because they are those which most commonly occur to mankind as possible alternatives. With regard to these, they may possibly have shown that any alternative is better, that is, produces a greater total of value, than others. But it seems desirable to insist that though they have represented this result as a determination of duties, it can never really have been so. For the term duty is certainly so used that, if we are subsequently persuaded that any possible action would have produced more good than the one we adopted, we admit that we failed to do our duty. It will, however, be a useful task if ethics can determine which among alternatives likely to occur will produce the greatest total value. For though this alternative cannot be proved to be the best possible, yet it may be better than any course of action which we should otherwise adopt. 92. A difficulty in distinguishing this task, which ethics may perhaps undertake with some hope of success, from the hopeless task of finding duties, arises from an ambiguity in the use of the term possible. An action may, in one perfectly legitimate sense, be said to be impossible solely because the idea of doing it does not occur to us. In this sense, then, the alternatives which do actually occur to a man would be the only possible alternatives, and the best of these would be the best possible action under the circumstances, and hence would conform to our definition of duty. But when we talk of the best possible action as our duty, we mean by the term any action which no other known circumstance would prevent, provided the idea of it occur to us. And this use of the term is in accordance with popular usage. For we admit that a man may fail to do his duty through neglecting to think of what he might have done. Since therefore we say that he might have done what nevertheless did not occur to him, it is plain that we do not limit his possible actions to those of which he thinks. It might be urged, with more plausibility, that we mean by a man's duty only the best of those actions of which he might have thought. And it is true that we do not blame any man very severely for omitting an action which, as we say, he could not be expected to think. But even here it is plain that we recognize a distinction between what he might have done and what he might have thought of doing. We regard it as a pity that he did not do otherwise,
And duty is certainly used in such a sense, that it would be a contradiction in terms to say that it was a pity that a man did his duty. We must therefore distinguish a possible action from an action of which it is possible to think. By the former we mean an action which no known cause would prevent, provided the idea of it occurred to us; and that one among such actions which will produce the greatest total good is what we mean by duty. Ethics certainly cannot hope to discover what kind of action is always our duty in this sense. It may, however, hope to decide which among one or two such possible actions is the best. And those which it has chosen to consider are, as a matter of fact, the most important of those with regard to which men deliberate whether they shall or shall not do them. A decision with regard to these may therefore be easily confounded with a decision with regard to which is the best possible action. But it is to be noted that even though we shall limit ourselves to considering which is the better among alternatives likely to be thought of, the fact that these alternatives might be thought of is not included in what we mean by calling them possible alternatives. Even if in any particular case it was impossible that the idea of them should have occurred to a man, the question we are concerned with is, which, if it had occurred, would have been the best alternative. If we say that murder is always a worse alternative, we mean to assert that it is so, even where it is impossible for the murderer to think of doing anything else. The utmost, then, that practical ethics can hope to discover is which, among a few alternatives possible under certain circumstances, will, on the whole, produce the best result. It may tell us which is the best, in this sense, of certain alternatives about which we are likely to deliberate; and since we may also know that, even if we choose none of these, what we shall, in that case, do is unlikely to be as good as one of them, it may thus tell us which of the alternatives, among which we can choose, it is best to choose. If it could do this, it would be sufficient for practical guidance. End of chapter 5, part 1. Chapter 5, part 2 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 93. But 3. It is plain that even this is a task of immense difficulty. It is difficult to see how we can establish even a probability that by doing one thing we shall obtain a better total result than by doing another. I shall merely endeavour to point out how much is assumed when we assume that there is such a probability, and on what lines it seems possible that this assumption may be justified. That no sufficient reason has ever yet been found for considering one action more right or more wrong than another. A. The first difficulty in the way of establishing a probability that one course of action will give a better total result than another lies in the fact that we have to take account of the effects of both throughout an infinite future. We have no certainty but that if we do one action now, the universe will, throughout all time, differ in some way from what it would have been if we had done another; and, if there is such a permanent difference, it is certainly relevant to our calculation. But it is quite certain that our causal knowledge is utterly insufficient to tell us what different effects will probably result from two different actions, except within a comparatively short space of time. We can certainly only pretend to calculate the effects of action within what may be called an immediate future. No one, when he proceeds upon what he considers a rational consideration of effects, would guide his choice by any forecast that went beyond a few centuries at most, and, in general, we consider that we have acted rationally if we think we have secured a balance of good within a few years or months or days. Yet if a choice guided by such considerations is to be rational, we must certainly have some reason to believe that no consequences of our action in a further future will generally be such as to reverse the balance of good that is probable in the future which we can foresee. This large postulate must be made if we are ever to assert that the results of one action will be even probably better than those of another. Our utter ignorance of the far future gives us no justification for saying that it is even probably right to choose the greater good within the region over which a probable forecast may extend. We do, then, assume that it is improbable that effects, after a certain time, will, in general, be such as to reverse the comparative value of the alternative results within that time. And that this assumption is justified must be shown before we can claim to have given any reason whatever for acting in one way rather than in another. It may perhaps be justified by some such considerations as the following. As we proceed further and further from the time at which alternative actions are open to us, the events of which either action would be part cause become increasingly dependent on those other circumstances, which are the same, whichever action we adopt. The effects of any individual action seem, after a sufficient space of time, to be found only in trifling modifications spread over a very wide area, whereas its immediate effects consist in some prominent modifications of a comparatively narrow area. Since, however, most of the things which have any great importance for good or evil are things of this prominent kind, there may be a probability that after a certain time all the effects of any particular action become so nearly indifferent, that any difference between their value and that of the effects of another action is very unlikely to outweigh an obvious difference in the value of immediate effects. It does in fact appear to be the case that, in most cases, whatever action we now adopt, it will be all the same 100 years hence, so far as the existence of that time of anything greatly good or bad is concerned. And this might perhaps be shown to be true, by an investigation of the manner in which the effects of any particular event become neutralized by lapse of time. Failing such a proof, we can certainly have no rational ground for asserting that one of two alternatives is even probably right, another wrong. If any of our judgments of right and wrong are to pretend to probability, we must have reason to think that the effects of our actions in the far future will not have value sufficient to outweigh any superiority of one set of effects over another in the immediate future. 94. B. We must assume, then, that if the effects of one action are generally better than those of another, so far forward in the future as we are able to foresee any probable difference in their effects at all, then the total effect upon the universe of the former action is also generally better. We certainly cannot hope directly to compare their effects except within a limited future, and all the arguments which have ever been used in ethics, and upon which we commonly act in common life, directed to showing that one course is superior to another, are, apart from theological dogmas, confined to pointing out such probable immediate advantages. The question remains then, can we lay down any general rules to the effect that one among a few alternative actions will generally produce a greater total of good in the immediate future? It is important to insist that this question, limited as it is the utmost, to which with any knowledge we have at present or are likely to have for a long time to come, practical ethics can hope to give an answer. I have already pointed out that we cannot hope to discover which is the best possible alternative in any given circumstances, but only which among a few is better than the others. And I have also pointed out that there is certainly no more than a probability, even if we are entitled to assert so much, that what is better in regard to its immediate effects will also be better on the whole. It now remains to insist that, even with regard to these immediate effects, we can only hope to discover which, among a few alternatives, will generally produce the greatest balance of good in the immediate future. We can secure no title to assert that obedience to such commands as "thou shalt not lie," or even "thou shalt do no murder," is universally better than the alternatives of lying and murder. Reasons why no more than a general knowledge is possible have already been given in Chapter 1, but they may be recapitulated here. In the first place, of the effects which principally concern us in ethical discussions as having intrinsic value, we know the causes so little that we can scarcely claim, with regard to one single one, to have obtained even a hypothetical universal law, such as has been obtained in the exact sciences. We cannot even say, if this action is performed under exactly these circumstances, and if no others interfere, this important effect, at least, will always be produced. But in the second place, an ethical law is not merely hypothetical. If we are to know that it will always be better to act in a certain way under certain circumstances, we must know not merely what effects such actions will produce, provided no other circumstances interfere, but also that no other circumstances will interfere. And this it is obviously impossible to know with more than probability. An ethical law has the nature not of a scientific law, but of a scientific prediction, and the latter is always merely probable, although the probability may be very great. And engineering is entitled to assert that, if a bridge be built in a certain way, it will probably bear certain loads for a certain time, but it can never be absolutely certain that it has been built in the way required, nor that, even if it has, some accident will not intervene to falsify his prediction. With any ethical law the same must be the case. It can be no more than a generalization, and here, owing to the comparative absence of accurate hypothetical knowledge on which the prediction should be based, the probability is comparatively small. But finally, for an ethical generalization we require to know not only what effects will be produced, but also what are the comparative values of those effects. And on this question too, it must be admitted, considering what a prevalent opinion hedonism has been, that we are very likely to be mistaken. It is plain, then, that we are not soon likely to know more than that one kind of action will generally produce better effects than another, and that more than this has certainly never been proved. In no two cases will all the effects of any kind of action be precisely the same, because in each case some of the circumstances will differ, and although the effects that are important for good or evil may be generally the same, it is extremely unlikely that they will always be so. 95. C. If now we confine ourselves to a search for actions which are generally better as means than any probable alternative, it seems possible to establish as much as this in defense of most of the rules most universally recognized by common sense. I do not propose to enter upon this defense in detail, but merely to point out what seem to be the chief distinct principles by the use of which it can be made. In the first place, then, we can only show that one action is generally better than another as a means, provided that certain other circumstances are given. We do, as a matter of fact, only observe its good effects under certain circumstances, and it may be easily seen that a sufficient change in these would render doubtful what seem to be the most universally certain of general rules. Thus the general disutility of murder can only be proved provided the majority of the human race will certainly persist in existing. In order to prove that murder, if it were so universally adopted as to cause the speedy extermination of the race, would not be good as a means, we should have to disprove the main contention of pessimism, namely that the existence of human life is on the whole an evil. And the view of pessimism, however strongly we may be convinced of its truth or falsehood, is one which never has been either proved or refuted conclusively. That universal murder would not be a good thing at this moment can therefore not be proved. But as a matter of fact we can and do assume with certainty that even if a few people are willing to murder, most people will not be willing. When, therefore, we say that murder is in generally to be avoided, we only mean that it is so long that the majority of mankind will certainly not agree to it, but will persist in living, and that, under these circumstances, it is generally wrong for any single person to commit murder seems capable of proof. For, since there is in any case no hope of exterminating the race, the only effect which we have to consider are those which the action will have upon the increase of the goods and the diminution of the evils of human life. Where the best is not attainable, assuming extermination the best, one alternative may still be better than another. And, apart from the immediate evils which murder generally produces, the fact that, if it were common practice, the feeling of insecurity thus caused would absorb much time which might be spent to better purpose, is perhaps conclusive against it. So long as men desire to live as strongly as they do, and so long as it is certain that they will continue to do so, anything which hinders them from devoting their energy to the attainment of positive goods seems plainly bad as a means. And the general practice of murder, falling so far short of universality as it certainly must in all known conditions of society, seems certainly to be a hindrance of this kind. A similar defense seems possible for most of the rules, most universally enforced by legal sanctions, such as respect of property, and for some of those most commonly recognized by common sense, such as industry, temperance, and the keeping of promises. In any state of society in which men have that intense desire for property of some sort, which seems to be universal, the common legal rules for the protection of property must serve greatly to facilitate the best possible expenditure of energy. And similarly, industry is a means to the attainment of those necessaries, without which the further attainment of any great positive goods is impossible. Temperance merely enjoins the avoidance of those excesses which, by injuring health, would prevent a man from contributing as much as possible to the acquirement of these necessaries. And the keeping of promises greatly facilitates cooperation in such acquirement. Now all these rules seem to have two characteristics to which it is desirable to call attention. 1. They seem all to be such that in any known state of society a general observance of them would be good as a means. The conditions upon which their utility depends, namely the tendency to preserve and propagate life and the desire of property, seems to be so universal and so strong that it would be impossible to remove them. And this being so, we can say that, under any conditions which could actually be given, the general observance of these rules would be good as a means. For while there seems to be no reason to think that their observance ever makes a society worse than one in which they are not observed, it is certainly necessary as a means for any state of things in which the greatest possible goods can be attained. And 2. These rules, since they can be recommended as a means to that which is itself only a necessary condition for the existence of any great good, can be defended independently of correct views upon the primary ethical question of what is good in itself. On any view commonly taken, it seems certain that the preservation of civilized society, which these rules are necessary effect, is necessary for the existence, in any great degree of anything which may be held to be good in itself. 96. But not by any means all the rules commonly recognized combine these two characteristics. The arguments offered in defense of common sense morality very often presupposes the existence of conditions, which cannot be fairly assumed to be so universally necessary as the tendency to continue life and to desire property. Such arguments, accordingly, only prove the utility of the rule so long as certain conditions, which may alter, remain the same. It cannot be claimed of the rules, thus defended, that they would be generally good as means in every state of society. In order to establish this universal general utility, it would be necessary to arrive at a correct view of what is good or evil in itself. This, for instance, seemed to be the case with most of the rules comprehended under the name of chastity. These rules are commonly defended by utilitarian writers who assume as their end the conservation of society, with arguments which presuppose the necessary existence of such sentiments as conjugal jealousy and paternal affection. These sentiments are no doubt sufficiently strong and general to make the defense valid for many conditions of society. But it is not difficult to imagine a civilized society existing without them. And, in such a case, if chastity were still to be defended, it would be necessary to establish that its violation produced evil effects, other than those due to the assumed tendency of such violation to disintegrate society. Such a defense may, no doubt, be made, but it would require an examination into the primary ethical question of what is good and bad in itself, far more thorough than any ethical writer has ever offered to us. Whether this be so in this particular case or not, it is certain that a distinction, not commonly recognized, should be made between those rules, of which the social utility depends upon the existence of circumstances more or less likely to alter, and those of which the utility seems certain under all possible conditions. 97. It is obvious that all the rules, which were enumerated above as likely to be useful in almost any state of society, can also be defended owing to results which they produce under conditions which exist only in particular states of society. And it should be noticed that we are entitled to reckon among these conditions the sanctions of legal penalties, of social disapproval, and of private remorse, where these exist. These sanctions are, indeed, commonly treated by ethics only as motives for the doing of actions of which the utility can be proved independently of the existence of these sanctions. And it may be admitted that sanctions ought not to be attached to actions which would not be right independently. Nevertheless, it is plain that, where they do exist, they are not only motives but also justifications for the actions in question. One of the chief reasons why an action should not be done in any particular state of society is that it will be punished, since the punishment is in general itself a greater evil than would have been caused by the omission of the action punished. Thus the existence of a punishment may be an adequate reason for regarding an action as generally wrong, even though it has no other bad effects but even slightly good ones. The fact that an action will be punished is a condition of exactly the same kind as others of more or less permanence, which must be taken into account in discussing the general utility or disutility of an action in a particular state of society. 98. It is plain, then, that the rules commonly recognized by common sense in the society in which we live, and commonly advocated as if they were all equally and universally right and good, are of very different orders. Even those which seem to be most universally good as means can only be shown to be so because of the existence of conditions which, though perhaps evils, may be taken to be necessary, and even these owe their most obvious utilities to the existence of conditions which cannot be taken to be necessary except over longer or shorter periods of history, and many of which are evils. Others seem to be justifiable solely by the existence of such more or less temporary conditions, unless we abandon the attempt to show that they are means to that preservation of society which is itself a mere means, and are able to establish that they are directly means to things good or evil in themselves, but which are not commonly recognized to be such. If then we ask what rules are or would be useful to be observed in the society in which we live, it seems possible to prove a definite utility in most of those which are in general both recognized and practiced. But a great part of ordinary moral exhortation and social discussion consists in the advocating of rules which are not generally practiced, and with regard to these it seems very doubtful whether a case for their general utility can ever be conclusively made out. Such proposed rules commonly suffer from three main defects. In the first place, 1. The actions which they advocate are very commonly such as it is impossible for most individuals to perform by any volition. It is far too usual to find classed together with actions which can be performed, if only they be willed, others of which their possibility depends on the possession of a peculiar disposition, which is given to few and cannot even be acquired. It may, no doubt, be useful to point out that those who have the necessary disposition should obey these rules, and it would, in many cases, be desirable that everybody should have this disposition. But it should be recognized that, when we regard a thing as a moral rule or law, we mean that it is one which almost everybody can observe by an effort of volition in that state of society to which the rule is supposed to apply. 2. Actions are often advocated, of which, though they themselves are possible, yet the proposed good effects are not possible, because the conditions necessary for their existence are not sufficiently general. A rule, of which the observance would produce good effects, if human nature were in other respects different from what it is advocated as if its general observance would produce the same effects now and at once. In fact, however, by the time that the conditions necessary to make its observance useful have arisen, it is quite as likely that other conditions, rendering its observance unnecessary or positively harmful, may also have arisen. And yet this state of things may be a better one than that in which the rule in question would have been useful. 3. There also occurs the case in which the usefulness of a rule depends upon conditions likely to change, or of which the change would be as easy and more desirable than the observance of the proposed rule. It may even happen that the general observance of the proposed rule would itself destroy the conditions upon which its utility depends. One or other of these objections seem generally to apply to proposed changes in social custom, advocated as being better rules to follow than those now actually followed, and, for this reason, it seems doubtful whether ethics can establish the utility of any rules other than those generally practiced. But the inability to do so is fortunately of little practical moment. The question whether the general observance of a rule not generally observed would or would not be desirable cannot much affect the question how any individual ought to act, since, on the one hand, there is a large probability that he will not, by any means, be able to bring about its general observance, and, on the other hand, the fact that its general observance would be useful could, in any case, give him no reason to conclude that he himself ought to observe it, in the absence of such general observance. With regard, then, to the actions commonly classed in ethics as duties, crimes, or sins, The following points seem deserving of notice. 1. By so classing them, we mean that they are actions which it is possible for an individual to perform or avoid, if he only wills to do so, and that they are actions which everybody ought to perform or avoid when occasion arises. 2. We can certainly not prove of any such action that it ought to be done or avoided under all circumstances. We can only prove that its performance or avoidance will generally produce better results than the alternative. 3. If further we ask of what actions as much as this can be proved, it seems only possible to prove it with regard to those which are actually generally practiced among us. And of these some only are such that their general performance would be useful in any state of society that seems possible. Of others the utility depends upon conditions which exist now, but which seem to be more or less alterable. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 99. D. So much then for moral rules or laws in the ordinary sense. Rules which assert that it is generally useful, under more or less common circumstances, for everybody to perform or omit some definite kind of action. It remains to say something with regard to the principles by which the individual should decide what he ought to do, alpha with regard to those actions as to which some general rule is certainly true, and beta with regard to those where such a certain rule is wanting. Alpha. Since, as I've tried to show, it is impossible to establish that any kind of action will produce a better total result than its alternative in all cases, it follows that in some cases the neglect of an established rule will probably be the best course of action possible. The question then arises, can the individual ever be justified in assuming that his is one of these exceptional cases? And it seems that this question may be definitely answered in the negative. For, if it is certain that in a large majority of cases the observance of a certain rule is useful, it follows that there is a large probability that it would be wrong to break the rule in any particular case. And the uncertainty of our knowledge both of effects and of their value in particular cases is so great that it seems doubtful whether the individual's judgment that the effects will probably be good in his case can ever be sent against the general probability that that kind of action is wrong. Added to this general ignorance is the fact that, if the question arises at all, our judgment will generally be biased by the fact that we strongly desire one of the results which we hope to obtain by breaking the rule. It seems, then, that with regard to any rule which is generally useful, we may assert that it ought always to be observed, not on the ground that in every particular case it will be useful, but on the ground that in any particular case the probability of its being so is greater than that of our being likely to decide rightly that we have before us an instance of its disutility. In short, though we may be sure that there are cases where the rule should be broken, we can never know which those cases are, and ought therefore never to break it. It is this fact which seems to justify the stringency with which moral rules are usually enforced and sanctioned, and to give a sense in which we may accept as true the maxims that the end never justifies the means, and that we should never do evil that good may come. The means and the evil intended by these maxims are, in fact, the breaking of moral rules generally recognized and practiced, and which, therefore, we may assume to be generally useful. Thus understood, these maxims merely point out that, in any particular case, although we cannot clearly perceive any balance of good produced by keeping the rule and do seem to see one that would follow from breaking it, nevertheless the rule should be observed. It is hardly necessary to point out that this is so only because it is certain that, in general, the end does justify the means in question, and that therefore there is a probability that in this case it will do so also, although we cannot see that it will. But moreover, the universal observance of a rule which is generally useful has in many cases a special utility, which seems deserving of notice. This arises from the fact that even if we can clearly discern that our case is one where to break the rule is advantageous, yet, so far as our example has any effect at all in encouraging similar action, it will certainly tend to encourage breaches of the rule which are not advantageous. We may confidently assume that what will impress the imagination of others will not be the circumstances in which our case differs from ordinary cases and which justify our exceptional action, but the point in which it resembles other actions that are really criminal. In cases, then, where example has any influence at all, the effect of an exceptional right action will generally be to encourage wrong ones. And this effect will probably be exercised not only on other persons, but on the agent himself. For it is impossible for anyone to keep his intellect and sentiments so clear but that, if he has once approved of a generally wrong action, he will be more likely to approve of it also under other circumstances than those which justified it in the first instance. This inability to discriminate exceptional cases offers, of course, a still stronger reason for the universal enforcement, by legal or social sanctions, of actions generally useful. It is undoubtedly well to punish a man who has done an action right in his case but generally wrong, even if his example would not be likely to have a dangerous effect. For sanctions have in general much more influence upon conduct than example, so that the effect of relaxing them in an exceptional case will almost certainly be an encouragement of similar action in cases which are not exceptional. The individual can therefore be confidently recommended always to conform to rules which are both generally useful and generally practiced. In the case of rules of which the general observance would be useful but does not exist, or of rules which are generally practiced but which are not useful, no such universal recommendations can be made. In many cases the sanctions attached may be decisive in favor of conformity to the existing custom, but it seems worth pointing out that, even apart from these, the general utility of an action most commonly depends upon the fact that it is generally practiced. In a society where certain kinds of theft are the common rule, the utility of abstinence from such theft on the part of a single individual becomes exceedingly doubtful, even though the common rule is a bad one. There is therefore a strong probability in favor of adherence to an existing custom, even if it be a bad one. But we cannot in this case assert with any confidence that this probability is always greater than that of the individual's power to judge that an exception will be useful. Since we are here supposing certain one relevant fact, namely that the rule which he proposes to follow would be better than that which he proposes to break, if it were generally observed. Consequently, the effect of his example, so far as it tends to break down the existing custom, will here be for the good. The cases where another rule would certainly be better than that generally observed are, however, according to what was said above, very rare, and cases of doubt, which are those which arise most frequently, carry us into the next division of our subject. 100. Beta. This next division consists in the discussion of the method by which an individual should decide what to do with regard to possible actions of which the general utility cannot be proved. And it should be observed that, according to our previous conclusions, this discussion will cover almost all actions, except those which, in our present state of society, are generally practiced. For it has been urged that a proof of general utility is so difficult that it can hardly be conclusive except in a very few cases. It is certainly not possible with regard to all actions which are generally practiced, though here, if the sanctions are sufficiently strong, they are sufficient by themselves to prove the general utility of the individual's conformity to custom. And if it is possible to prove a general utility in the case of some actions not generally practiced, it is certainly not possible to do so by the ordinary method, which tries to show in them a tendency to that preservation of society which is itself a mere means, but only by the method by which in any case, as will be urged, the individual ought to guide his judgment, namely by showing their direct tendency to produce what is good in itself, or to prevent what is bad. The extreme improbability that any general rule with regard to the utility of an action will be correct seems, in fact, to be the chief principle which should be taken into account in discussing how the individual should guide his choice. If we accept those rules which are both generally practiced and strongly sanctioned among us, there seem to be hardly any of such a kind that equally good arguments cannot be found both for and against them. The most that can be said for the contradictory principles which are urged by moralists of different schools, as universal duties are, in general, that they point out actions which, for persons of a particular character and in particular circumstances, would and do lead to a balance of good. It is, no doubt, possible that the particular dispositions and circumstances which generally render certain kinds of action advisable might to some degree be formulated. But it is certain that this has never yet been done, and it is important to notice that, even if it were done, it would not give us what moral laws are usually supposed to be, rules which it would be desirable for everyone, and even for most people, to follow. Moralists commonly assume that, in the matter of actions or habits of action, usually recognized as duties or virtues, it is desirable that everyone should be alike, whereas it is certain that under actual circumstances, and possible that, even in a much more ideal condition of things, the principle of division of labor according to special capacity, which is recognized in respect of employments, would also give a better result in respect of virtues. It seems therefore that in cases of doubt, instead of following rules of which he is unable to see the good effects in his particular case, the individual should rather guide his choice by a direct consideration of the intrinsic value or vileness of the effects which his action may produce. Judgments of intrinsic value have this superiority over judgments of means, that, if once true, they are always true, whereas what is a means to a good effect in one case will not be so in another. For this reason, the department of ethics, which it would be most useful to elaborate for practical guidance, is that which discusses what things have intrinsic value and in what degrees, and this is precisely that department which has been most uniformly neglected in favor of attempts to formulate rules of conduct. We have, however, not only to consider the relative goodness of different effects, but also the relative probability of their being attained. A less good that is more likely to be attained is to be preferred to a greater that is less probable, if the difference in probability is great enough to outweigh the difference in goodness. And this fact seems to entitle us to assert the general truth of three principles, which ordinary moral rules are apt to neglect. 1. That a lesser good, for which any individual has a strong preference, if only it be a good and not an evil, is more likely to be a proper object for him to aim at than a greater one, which he is unable to appreciate. For natural inclination renders it immensely more easy to attain that for which such inclination is felt. 2. Since almost everyone has a much stronger preference for things which closely concern himself, it will in general be right for a man to aim rather at goods affecting himself and those in whom he has a strong personal interest, than to attempt a more extended beneficence. Egoism is undoubtedly superior to altruism as a doctrine of means. In the immense majority of cases the best thing we can do is to aim at securing some good in which we are concerned, since for that very reason we are far more likely to secure it. 3. Goods which can be secured in a future so near as to be called the present are in general to be preferred to those which, being in a further future, are, for that reason, far less certain of attainment. If that is to say, as a mere means to good, we are apt to neglect one fact at least which is certain, namely that a thing that is really good in itself, if it exists now, has precisely the same value as a thing of the same kind which may be caused to exist in the future. Moreover, moral rules, as has been said, are, in general, not directly means to positive goods, but to what is necessary for the existence of positive goods. And so much of our labor must in any case be devoted to securing the continuance of what is thus a mere means. The claims of industry and attention to health determine the employment of so large a part of our time that, in cases where choice is open, the certain attainment of a present good will in general have the strongest claims upon us. If it were not so, the whole of life would be spent in merely assuring its continuance, and so far as the same rule were continued in the future, that for the sake for which it is worth having would never exist at all. 101. 4. A fourth conclusion, which follows from the fact that what is right or what is our duty must, in any case, be defined as what is a means to good, is, as was pointed out above, that the common distinction between these and the expedient or useful disappears. Our duty is merely that which will be a means to the best possible, and the expedient, if it is really expedient, must be just the same. We cannot distinguish them by saying that the former is something which we ought to do, whereas of the latter we cannot say we ought. In short, the two concepts are not, as is commonly assumed by all except utilitarian moralists, simple concepts ultimately distinct. There is no such distinction in ethics. The only fundamental distinction is between what is good in itself and what is good as a means, the latter of which implies the former. But it has been shown that the distinction between duty and expediency does not correspond to this. Both must be defined as means to good, though both may also be ends in themselves. The question remains then, what is the distinction between duty and expediency? One distinction to which these distinct words refer is plain enough. Certain classes of action commonly excite the specifically moral sentiments, whereas other classes do not. And the word duty is commonly applied only to the class of actions which excite moral approval, or of which the omission excites moral disapproval, especially to the latter. Why this moral sentiment should have become attached to some kinds of action and not to others is a question which certainly not yet be answered, but it may be observed that we have no reason to think that the actions to which it was attached were, or are, in all cases such as aided or aid the survival of a race. It was probably originally attached to many religious rites and ceremonies which had not the smallest utility in this respect. It appears, however, that among us the classes of action to which it is attached also have two other characteristics in enough cases to have influenced the meaning of the words duty and expediency. One of these is that duties are, in general, actions which a considerable number of individuals are strongly tempted to omit. The second is that the omission of duty generally entails consequences markedly disagreeable to someone else. The first of these is a more universal characteristic than the second, since the disagreeable effects on other people of the self-regarding duties, prudence and temperance, are not so marked as those on the future of the agent himself, whereas the temptations to imprudence and intemperance are very strong. Still, on the whole, the class of actions called duties exhibit both characteristics. They are not only actions, against the performance of which there are strong natural inclinations, but also actions of which the most obvious effects, commonly considered goods, are effects on other people. Expedient actions, on the other hand, are actions to which strong natural inclinations prompt us almost universally, and of which all the most obvious effects, commonly considered goods, are effects upon the agent. We may then roughly distinguish duties from expedient actions, as actions with regard to which there is a moral sentiment, which we are often tempted to omit, and of which the most obvious effects are effects upon others than the agent. But it is to be noticed that none of these characteristics, by which a duty is distinguished from an expedient action, gives us any reason to infer that the former class of actions are more useful than the latter, that they tend to produce a greater balance of good. Nor, when we ask the question, "Is this my duty?" do we mean to ask whether the action in question has these characteristics. We are asking simply whether it will produce the best possible results on the whole. And if we ask this question with regard to expedient actions, we should quite as often have to answer it in the affirmative as when we ask it with regard to actions which have the three characteristics of duties. It is true that when we ask the question, "Is this expedient?" we are making a different question, namely, whether it will have a certain kinds of effect, with regard to which we do not inquire whether they are good or not. Nevertheless, if it should be doubted in any particular case whether these effects were good, this doubt is understood as throwing doubt upon the action's expediency. If we are required to prove an action's expediency, we can only do so by asking precisely the same question by which we should prove it a duty, namely, has it the best possible effects on the whole? Accordingly, the question whether an action is a duty or merely expedient is one which has no bearing on the ethical question whether we ought to do it. In the sense in which either duty or expediency are taken as ultimate reasons for doing an action, they are taken in exactly the same sense. If I ask whether an action is really my duty or really expedient, the predicate of which I question the applicability to the action in question is precisely the same. In both cases I am asking, is this event the best on the whole which I can effect, and whether the event in question be some effect upon what is mine, as it usually is where we talk of expediency, or some other event, as is usual where we talk of duty. This distinction has no more relevance to my answer than the distinction between two different effects on me or two different effects on others. The true distinction between duties and expedient actions is not that the former are actions which it is in any sense more useful or obligatory or better to perform, but that they are actions which it is more useful to praise and to enforce by sanctions, since they are actions which there is a temptation to omit. 102. With regard to interested actions, the case is somewhat different. When we ask the question, Is this really to my interest, we appear to be asking exclusively whether its effects upon me are the best possible, and it may well happen that what will affect me in the manner which is really the best possible will not produce the best possible results on the whole. Accordingly, my true interest may be different from the course which is really expedient and dutiful. To assert that an action is to my interest is indeed, as was pointed out in chapter 3, to assert that its effects are really good. My own good only denotes some event affecting me which is good absolutely and objectively. It is the thing and not its goodness which is mine. Everything must be either a part of universal good or else not good at all. There is no third alternative conception good for me. But my interest, though it must be something truly good, is only one among possible good effects, and hence, by effecting it, though we shall be doing some good, we may be doing less good on the whole than if we had acted otherwise. Self-sacrifice may be a real duty, just as the sacrifice of any single good, whether affecting ourselves or others, may be necessary in order to obtain a better total result. Hence the fact that an action is really to my interest can never be a sufficient reason for doing it. By showing that it is not a means to the best possible, we do not show that it is not to my interest, as we do show that it is not expedient. Nevertheless, there is no necessary conflict between duty and interest. What is to my interest may also be a means to the best possible. And the chief distinction conveyed by the distinct words duty and interest seems to be not this source of possible conflict, but the same which is conveyed by the contrast between duty and expediency. By interested actions are mainly meant those which, whether a means to the best possible or not, are such as have their most obvious effects on the agent, which he generally has no temptation to omit, and with regard to which we feel no moral sentiment. That is to say, the distinction is not primarily ethical. Here too duties are not, in general, more useful or obligatory than interested actions. They are only actions which it is more useful to praise. End of chapter 5, part 3.
Chapter 5, Part 4 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 103. 5. A fifth conclusion of some importance in relation to practical ethics concerns the manner in which virtues are to be judged. What is meant by calling a thing a virtue? There can be no doubt that Aristotle's definition is right, in the main, so far as he says that it is an habitual disposition to perform certain actions. This is one of the marks by which we should distinguish a virtue from other things. But virtue and vice are also ethical terms. That is to say, when we use them seriously, we mean to convey praise by the one and dispraise by the other. And to praise a thing is to assert either that it is good in itself or else that it is a means to good. Are we then to include in our definition of virtue that it must be a thing good in itself? Now it is certain that virtues are commonly regarded as good in themselves. The feeling of moral approbation with which we generally regard them partly consists in an attribution to them of intrinsic value. Even a hedonist, when he feels a moral sentiment towards them, is regarding them as good in themselves. And virtue has been the chief competitor with pleasure for the position of sole good. Nevertheless, I do not think we can regard it as part of the definition of virtue that it should be good in itself. For the name has so far an independent meaning, that if in any particular case a disposition commonly considered virtuous were proved not to be good in itself, we should not think that a sufficient reason for saying that it was not a virtue, but was only thought to be so.
The test for the ethical connotation of virtue is the same as that for duty. What should we require to be proved about a particular instance in order to say that the name was wrongly applied to it? And the test which is thus applied both to virtues and to duties and considered to be final is the question, is it means to good? If it could be shown of any particular disposition commonly considered virtuous that it was generally harmful, we should at once say, then it is not really virtuous. Accordingly, a virtue may be defined as an habitual disposition to perform certain actions, which generally produce the best possible results. Nor is there any doubt as to the kind of actions which it is virtuous habitually to perform. They are, in general, those which are duties, with this modification that we also include those which would be duties if only it were possible for people in general to perform them. Accordingly, with regard to virtues, the same conclusion holds as with regard to duties. If they are really virtues, they must be generally good as means. Nor do I wish to dispute that most virtues, commonly considered as such, as well as most duties, really are means to good. But it does not follow that they are a bit more useful than those dispositions and inclinations which lead us to perform interested actions. As duties from expedient actions, so virtues are distinguished from other useful disposition, which it is particularly useful to praise and to sanction, because there are strong and common temptations to neglect the actions to which they lead. Virtues, therefore, are habitual dispositions to perform actions which are duties, or which would be duties if a volition were sufficient on the part of most men to ensure their performance. And duties are a particular class of those actions, of which the performance has, at least generally, better total results than the omission. They are, that is to say, actions generally good as means. But not all such actions are duties. The name is confined to that particular class which it is often difficult to perform, because there are strong temptations to the contrary. It follows that in order to decide whether any particular disposition or action is a virtue or a duty, we must face all the difficulties enumerated in section 3 of this chapter. We shall not be entitled to assert that any disposition or action is a virtue or duty except as a result of an investigation such as was there described. We must be able to prove that the disposition or action in question is generally better as a means than any alternatives possible and likely to occur, and this we shall only be able to prove for particular states of society. What is a virtue or a duty in one state of a society may not be so in another. 104. But there is another question with regard to virtues and duties which must be settled by intuition alone, by the properly guarded method which was explained in discussing hedonism. This is the question whether the dispositions and actions commonly regarded, rightly or not, as virtues or duties are good in themselves, whether they have intrinsic value. Virtue, or the exercise of virtue, has very commonly been asserted by moralists to be either the sole good or, at least, the best of goods. Indeed, so far as moralists have discussed the question what is good in itself at all, they have generally assumed that it must be either virtue or pleasure. It would hardly have been possible that such a gross difference of opinion should exist, or that it should have been assumed the discussion must be limited to two such alternatives, if the meaning of the question had been clearly apprehended. And we have already seen that the meaning of the question has hardly ever been clearly apprehended. Almost all ethical writers have committed the naturalistic fallacy. They have failed to perceive that the notion of intrinsic value is simple and unique, and almost all have failed in consequence to distinguish clearly between means and end. They have discussed, as if it were simple and unambiguous, the question, what ought we to do, or what ought to exist now, without distinguishing whether the reason why a thing ought to be done or to exist now is that it itself possessed of intrinsic value, or that it is means to what has intrinsic value. We shall therefore be prepared to find that virtue has as little claim to be considered the sole or chief good as pleasure, more especially after seeing that, so far as definition goes, to call a thing a virtue is merely to declare that it is a means to good. The advocates of virtue have, we shall see, this superiority over the hedonists, that inasmuch as virtues are very complex mental facts, there are included in them many things which are good in themselves, and good in a much higher degree than pleasures. The advocates of hedonism, on the other hand, have the superiority that their method emphasizes the distinction between means and ends, although they have not apprehended the distinction clearly enough to perceive that the special ethical predicate which they assign to pleasure as not being a mere means must also apply to many other things. 105. With regard, then, to the intrinsic value of virtue, it may be stated broadly: 1. That the majority of dispositions which we call by that name, and which really do conform to the definition, so far as that they are dispositions generally valuable as means, at least in our society, have no intrinsic value whatever; and 2. That no one element which is contained in the minority, nor even all the different elements put together, can without gross absurdity be regarded as the sole good. As to the second point, it may be observed that even those who hold the view that the sole good is to be found in virtue, almost invariably hold other views contradictory of this, owing chiefly to a failure to analyze the meaning of ethical concepts. The most marked instance of this inconsistency is to be found in the common Christian conception that virtue, though the sole good, can yet be rewarded by something other than virtue. Heaven is commonly considered as the reward of virtue, and yet it is also commonly considered that, in order to be such a reward, it must contain some element called happiness, which is certainly not completely identical with the mere exercise of those virtues which it rewards. But if so, then something which is not virtue must be either good in itself, or an element in which has most intrinsic value. It is not commonly observed that if a thing is really to be a reward, it must be something good in itself. It is absurd to talk of rewarding a person by giving him something which is less valuable than what he already has, or which has no value at all. Thus Kant's view that virtue renders us worthy of happiness is in flagrant contradiction with the view which he implies, and which is associated with his name, that a good will is the only thing having intrinsic value. It does not, indeed, entitle us to make the charge sometimes made that Kant is, inconsistently, an eudaimonist or a hedonist, for it does not imply that happiness is the sole good. But it does imply that the good will is not the sole good, that a state of things in which we are both virtuous and happy is better in itself than one in which the happiness is absent. 106. In order, however, justly to consider the claims of virtue to intrinsic value, it is necessary to distinguish several very different mental states, all of which fall under the general definition that they are habitual dispositions to perform duties. We may thus distinguish three very different states, all of which are liable to be confused with one another, upon each of which different moral systems have laid great stress, and for each of which the claim has been made that it alone constitutes virtue, and, by implication, that it is the sole good. We may first of all distinguish between (a) that permanent characteristic of mind, which consists in the fact that the performance of duty has become in the strict sense a habit, like many of the operations performed in the putting on of clothes, and (b) that permanent characteristic which consists in the fact that what may be called good motives habitually help to cause the performance of duties. And in the second division we may distinguish between the habitual tendency to be actuated by one motive, namely, the desire to do duty for duty's sake, and all other motives such as love, benevolence, etc. We thus get three kinds of virtue, of which we are now to consider the intrinsic value. A. There is no doubt that a man's character may be such that he habitually performs certain duties, without the thought ever occurring to him, when he wills them, either that they are duties or that any good will result from them. Of such a man we cannot and do not refuse to say that he possesses the virtue consisting in the disposition to perform those duties. I, for instance, am honest in the sense that I habitually abstain from any of the actions legally qualified as thieving, even where some other persons would be strongly tempted to commit them. It would be grossly contrary to common usage to deny that, for this reason, I really have the virtue of honesty. It is quite certain that I have an habitual disposition to perform a duty, and that as many people as possible should have a like disposition is, no doubt, of great utility. It is good as a means. Yet I may safely assert that neither my various performances of this duty, nor my disposition to perform them, have the smallest intrinsic value. It is because the majority of instances of virtue seem to be of this nature, that we may venture to assert that virtues have, in general, no intrinsic value whatsoever. And there seems to be good reason to think that the more generally they are of this nature, the more useful they are, since a great economy of labor is effected when a useful action becomes habitual or instinctive. But to maintain that a virtue which includes no more than this is good in itself is a gross absurdity. And of this gross absurdity, it may be observed, the ethics of Aristotle is guilty. For his definition of virtue does not exclude a disposition to perform actions in this way, whereas his descriptions of the particular virtues plainly include such actions. That an action, in order to exhibit virtue, must be done to kalou eneka is a qualification which he allows often to drop out of sight. And, on the other hand, he seems certainly to regard the exercise of all virtues as an end in itself. His treatment of ethics is indeed, in the most important points, highly unsystematic and confused, owing to his attempt to base it on the naturalistic fallacy. For strictly we should be obliged by his words to regard Theopia as the only thing good in itself, in which case the goodness which he attributes to the practical virtues cannot be intrinsic value, while on the other hand he does not seem to regard it merely as utility, since he makes no attempt to show that they are means to Theopia. But there seems no doubt that on the whole he regards the exercise of the practical virtues as a good of the same kind as, that is, having intrinsic value, only in a less degree than Theopia. So that he cannot avoid the charge that he recommends as having intrinsic value such instances of the exercise of virtue as we are at present discussing, instances of a disposition to perform actions which, in the modern phrase, have merely an external rightness. That he is right in applying the word virtue to such a disposition cannot be doubted, but the protest against the view that external rightness is sufficient to constitute either duty or virtue, a protest which is commonly, and with some justice, attributed as a merit to Christian morals, seems in the main to be a mistaken way of pointing out an important truth, namely that where there is only external rightness there is certainly no intrinsic value. It is commonly assumed, though wrongly, that to call a thing a virtue means that it has intrinsic value, and on this assumption the view that virtue does not consist in a mere disposition to do externally right actions does really constitute an advance in ethical truth beyond the ethics of Aristotle. The inference that, if virtue includes in its meaning good in itself, then Aristotle's definition of virtue is not adequate and expresses a false ethical judgment, is perfectly correct. Only the premise that virtue does include this in its meaning is mistaken. 107. B. A man's character may be such that, when he habitually performs a particular duty, there is, in each case of his performance, present in his mind a love of some intrinsically good consequence which he expects to produce by his action, or a hatred of some intrinsically evil consequence which he hopes to prevent by it. In such a case, this love or hatred will generally be part cause of his action, and we may then call it one of his motives. Where such a feeling as this is present habitually in the performance of duties, it cannot be denied that the state of the man's mind, in performing it, contains something intrinsically good. Nor can it be denied that, where a disposition to perform duties consists in the disposition to be moved by them, by such feelings, we call that disposition a virtue. Here, therefore, we have instances of virtue, the exercise of which really contains something that is good in itself. And, in general, we may say that wherever a virtue does consist in a disposition to have certain motives, the exercise of that virtue may be intrinsically good, although the degree of its goodness may vary indefinitely according to the precise nature of the motives and their objects. In so far, then, as Christianity tends to emphasize the importance of motives, of the inward disposition with which a right action is done, we may say that it has done a service to ethics. But it should be noticed that, when Christian ethics, as represented by the New Testament, are praised for this, two distinctions of the utmost importance, which they entirely neglect, are very commonly overlooked. In the first place, the New Testament is largely occupied with continuing the tradition of the Hebrew prophets, by recommending such virtues as justice and mercy, as against more ritual observances. And in so far as it does this, it is recommending virtues which may be merely good as means, exactly like Aristotelian virtues. This characteristic of its teaching must therefore be rigorously distinguished from that which consists in its enforcement of such a view as that to be angry without a cause is as bad as actually to commit murder. And in the second place, though the New Testament does praise some things which are only good as means, and others which are good in themselves, it entirely fails to recognize the distinction. Though the state of the man who is angry may be really as bad in itself as that of the murderer, and so far Christ may be right, his language would lead us to suppose that it is also as bad in every way, that it also causes as much evil. And this is utterly false. In short, when Christian ethics approves, it does not distinguish whether its approval asserts this is a means to good, or this is good in itself. And hence it both praises things merely good as means, as if they were good in themselves, and things merely good in themselves, as if they were also good as means. Moreover, it should be noticed that if Christian ethics does draw attention to those elements in virtues which are good in themselves, it is by no means alone in this. The ethics of Plato are distinguished by upholding, far more clearly and consistently than any other system, the view that intrinsic value belongs exclusively to those states of mind which consist in love of what is good or hatred of what is evil. 108. But c. The ethics of Christianity are distinguished from those of Plato by emphasizing the value of one particular motive, that which consists in the emotion excited by the idea, not of any intrinsically good consequences of the action in question, nor even of the action itself, but by that of its rightness. This idea of abstract rightness and the various degrees of the specific emotion excited by it are what constitute the specifically moral sentiment or conscience. An action seems to be most properly termed internally right, solely in virtue of the fact that the agent has previously regarded it as right. The idea of rightness must have been present to his mind, but need not necessarily have been among his motives. And we mean by a conscientious man one who, when he deliberates, always has this idea in his mind, and does not act until he believes that his action is right. The presence of this idea, and its action, as a motive certainly seems to have become more common objects of notice and commendation owing to the influence of Christianity. But it is important to observe that there is no ground for the view which Kant implies, that it is the only motive which the New Testament regards as intrinsically valuable. There seems little doubt that when Christ tells us to love our neighbors as ourselves, he did not mean merely what Kant calls practical love, beneficence of which the sole motive is the idea of its rightness or the emotion caused by that idea. Among the inward dispositions of which the New Testament inculcates the value, they are certainly included what Kant terms mere natural inclinations, such as pity, etc. But what are we to say of virtue when it consists in a disposition to be moved to the performance of duties by this idea? It seems difficult to deny that the emotion excited by rightness as such has some intrinsic value, and still more difficult to deny that its presence may heighten the value of some wholes into which it enters. But on the other hand, it certainly has not more value than any of the motives treated in our last section, emotions of love towards things really good in themselves. And as for Kant's implication that it is the sole good, this is consistent with the other of his own views. For he certainly regards it as better to perform the actions to which he maintains that it prompts us, namely, material duties, than to omit them. But, if better at all, then, these actions must be better either in themselves or as a means. The former hypothesis would directly contradict the statement that this motive was sole good, and the latter is excluded by Kant himself, since he maintains that no actions can cause the existence of this motive. And it may also be observed that the other claim which he makes for it, namely, that it is always good as a means, can also be maintained. It is as certain as anything can be that very harmful actions may be done from conscientious motives, and that conscience does not always tell us the truth about what actions are right. Nor can it be maintained even that it is more useful than many other motives. All that can be admitted is that it is one of the things which are generally useful. What more I have to say with regard to those elements in some virtues which are good in themselves, and with regard to their relative degrees of excellence, as well as the proof that all of them together cannot be the sole good, may be deferred to the next chapter. 109. The main points in this chapter, to which I desire to direct attention, may be summarized as follows. 1. I first pointed out how the subject matter with which it deals, namely ethical judgments on conduct, involves a question utterly different in kind from the two previously discussed, namely, a. What is the nature of the predicate peculiar to ethics? And b. What kinds of things themselves possess this predicate? Practical ethics asks, not what ought to be, but what ought we to do? It asks what actions are duty, what actions are right, and what wrong. And all these questions can only be answered by showing the relation of the actions in question, as causes or necessary conditions to which is good in itself. The inquiries of practical ethics thus fall entirely under the third division of the ethical questions, questions which ask, what is good as a means, which is equivalent to what is means to good, what is cause or necessary condition of things good in themselves. But 2. It asks this question almost exclusively with regard to actions which it is possible for most men to perform, if only they will them. And with regard to these it does not ask merely which among them will have some good or bad result, but which among all the actions possible to volition at any moment will produce the best total result. To assert that an action is a duty is to assert that it is such a possible action which will always, in certain known circumstances, produce better results than any other. It follows that a universal proposition of which duty is predicate, so far from being self-evident, always require a proof, which it is beyond our present means of knowledge ever to give. But 3. All that ethics has attempted or can attempt is to show that certain actions, possible by volition, generally produce better or worse total results than any probable alternative. And it must obviously be very difficult to show this with regard to the total results even in a comparatively near future, whereas that what has the best results in such a near future also has the best on the whole, is a point requiring an investigation which it has not received. If it is true, and if accordingly we give the name of duty to actions which generally produce better total results in the near future than any possible alternative, it may be possible to prove that a few of the commonest rules of duty are true, but only in certain conditions of society, which may be more or less universally presented in history. And such a proof is only possible in some cases, without a correct judgment of what things are good or bad in themselves, a judgment which has never yet been offered by ethical writers. With regard to actions of which the general utility is thus proved, the individual should always perform them, but in other cases, where rules are commonly offered, he should rather judge of the probable results in his particular case, guided by a correct conception of what things are intrinsically good or bad. 4. In order that any action may be shown to be a duty, it must be shown to fulfill the above conditions, but the actions commonly called duties do not fulfill them to any greater extent than expedient or interested actions. By calling them duties we only mean that they have, in addition, certain non-ethical predicates. Similarly, by virtue is mainly meant a permanent disposition to perform duties in this restricted sense. And accordingly a virtue, if it is really a virtue, must be good as a means, in the sense that it fulfills the above conditions, but it is not better as a means than non-virtuous dispositions. It generally has no value in itself, and where it has, it is far from being the sole good or the best of goods. Accordingly, virtue is not, as is commonly implied, an unique ethical predicate. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. Chapter 6, The Ideal. 110. The title of this chapter is ambiguous. When we call a state of things ideal, we may mean three distinct things, which have only this in common: that we always do mean to assert of the state of things in question, not only that it is good in itself, but that it is good in itself in a much higher degree than many other things. The first of these meanings of ideal is 1. That to which the phrase the ideal is most properly confined. By this is meant the best state of things conceivable, the summum bonum, the absolute good. It is in this sense that a right conception of heaven would be a right conception of the ideal. We mean by the ideal a state of things which would be absolutely perfect. But this conception may be quite clearly distinguished from a second, namely, 2. That of the best possible state of things in this world. This second conception may be identified with that which has frequently figured in philosophy as the human good, or the ultimate end towards which our action should be directed. It is in this sense that utopias are said to be ideals. The constructor of an utopia may suppose many things to be possible which are in fact impossible, but he always assumes that some things at least are rendered impossible by natural laws, and hence his construction differs essentially from one which may disregard all natural laws, however certainly established. At all events, the question, what is the best state of things which we could possibly bring about, is quite distinct from the question, what would be the best state of things conceivable. But thirdly, we may mean by calling a state of things ideal merely 3. That it is good in itself in a high degree, and it is obvious that the question what things are ideal in this sense is one which must be answered before we can pretend to settle what is the absolute or the human good. It is with the ideal in this third sense that this chapter will be principally concerned. Its main object is to arrive at some positive answer to the fundamental question of ethics, the question, what things are goods or ends in themselves? To this question we have hitherto obtained only a negative answer, the answer that pleasure is certainly not the sole good. 111. I have just said that it is upon a correct answer to this question that correct answers to the two other questions, what is the absolute good and what is the human good, must depend, and, before proceeding to discuss it, it may be well to point out the relation which it has to these two premises. 1. It is just possible that the absolute good may be entirely composed of qualities which we cannot even imagine. This is possible because, though we certainly do know a great many things that are good in themselves, and good in a high degree, yet what is best does not necessarily contain all the good things there are. That this is so follows from the principle explained in chapter 1, to which it was there proposed that the name principle of organic unities should be confined. This principle is that the intrinsic value of a whole is neither identical with nor proportional to the sum of the values of its parts. It follows from this that, though in order to obtain the greatest possible sum of values in its parts, the ideal that would necessarily contain all the things which have all these parts might not be so valuable as some other whole from which certain positive goods were omitted. But if a whole which does not contain all positive goods may yet be better than a whole which does, it follows that the best whole may be one which contains none of the positive goods with which we are acquainted. It is therefore possible that we cannot discover what the ideal is, but it is plain that, though this possibility cannot be denied, no one can have any right to assert that it is realized, that the ideal is something unimaginable. We cannot judge of the comparative values of things unless the things we judge are before our minds. We cannot therefore be entitled to assert that anything which we cannot imagine would be better than some of the things which we can, although we are also not entitled to deny the possibility that this may be the case. Consequently our search for the ideal must be limited to a search for that one among all the wholes composed of elements known to us, which seems to be better than all the rest. We shall never be entitled to assert that this whole is perfection, but we shall be entitled to assert that it is better than any other which may be presented as a rival. But since anything which we can have any reason to think ideal must be composed of things that are known to us, it is plain that a comparative valuation of these must be our chief instrument for deciding what is ideal. The best ideal we can construct will be that state of things which contains the greatest number of things having positive value, and which contains nothing evil or indifferent, provided that the presence of none of these goods, or the absence of things evil or indifferent, seems to diminish the value of the whole. And, in fact, the chief defect of such attempts as have been made by philosophers to construct such an ideal, to describe the kingdom of heaven, seems to consist in the fact that they omit many things of very great positive value, although it is plain that this omission does not enhance the value of the whole. Where this is the case, it may be confidently asserted that the ideal proposed is not ideal. And the review of positive goods, which I am about to undertake, will, I hope, show that no ideals yet proposed are satisfactory. Great positive goods, it will appear, are so numerous that any whole which shall contain them all must be of vast complexity. To decide what is the ideal, what is the absolute best state of things imaginable, it is sufficient to condemn those ideals which are formed by omission, without any visible gain in consequence of such omission. Philosophers seem usually to have sought only for the best of single things, neglecting the fact that a whole composed of two great goods, even though one of these be obviously inferior to the other, may yet be often seen to be decidedly superior to either by itself. 2. On the other hand, utopias, attempted descriptions of a heaven upon earth, commonly suffer not only from this, but also from the opposite defect. They are commonly constructed on the principle of merely omitting the great positive evils which exist at present, with utterly inadequate regard to the goodness of what they retain. The so-called goods to which they have regard are, for the most part, things which are, at best, mere means to good, things such as freedom, without which possibly nothing very good can exist in this world, but which are of no value in themselves and are by no means certain even to produce anything of value. It is, of course, necessary to the purpose of their authors, whose object is merely to construct the best that may be possible in this world, that they should include, in the state of things which they describe, many things which are themselves indifferent, but which, according to natural laws, seem to be absolutely necessary for the existence of anything which is good. But, in fact, they are apt to include many things of which the necessity is by no means apparent, under the mistaken idea that these things are goods in themselves, and not merely, here and now, a means to good. While, on the other hand, they also omit from their description great positive goods, of which the attainment seems to be quite as possible as many of the changes which they recommend. That is to say, conceptions of the human good commonly err, not only, like those of the absolute good, in omitting some great goods, but also by including things indifferent, and they both omit and include in cases where the limitations of natural necessity, by the consideration of which they are legitimately differentiated from the conceptions of the absolute good, will not justify the omission and inclusion. It is, in fact, obvious that in order to decide correctly at what state of things we ought to aim, we must not only consider what results it is possible for us to obtain, but also which among equally possible results will have the greatest value. And upon this second enquiry the comparative valuation of known goods has no less important bearing than upon the investigation of the absolute good. 112. The method which must be employed in order to decide the question what things have intrinsic value and in what degrees has already been explained in chapter 3. In order to arrive at a correct decision on the first part of this question, it is necessary to consider what things are such that, if they existed by themselves, in absolute isolation, we should yet judge their existence to be good, and in order to decide upon the relative degrees of value of different things, we must similarly consider what comparative value seems to attach to the isolated existence of each. By employing this method we shall guard against two errors, which seem to have been the chief causes which have vitiated previous conclusions on the subject. The first of these is 1. That which consists in supposing that what seems absolutely necessary here and now for the existence of anything good, what we cannot do without, is therefore good in itself. If we isolate such things, which are mere means to good, and suppose a world in which they alone, and nothing but they, existed, their intrinsic worthlessness becomes apparent. And secondly, there is the more subtle error, 2, which consists in neglecting the principle of organic unities. This error is committed when it is supposed that, if one part of a whole has no intrinsic value, the value of the whole must reside entirely in the other parts. It has, in this way, been commonly supposed that, if all valuable wholes could be seen to have one and only one common property, the wholes must be valuable solely because they possess this property. and the illusion is greatly strengthened if the common property in question seems, considered by itself, to have more value than the other parts of such wholes, considered by themselves. But if we consider the property in question in isolation, and then compare it with the whole of which it forms a part, it may become easily apparent that, existing by itself, the property in question has not nearly so much value as has the value to which it belongs. Thus, if we compare the value of a certain amount of pleasure, existing absolutely by itself, with the value of certain enjoyments, containing an equal amount of pleasure, it may become apparent that the enjoyment is much better than the pleasure, and also, in some cases, much worse. In such a case it is plain that the enjoyment does not owe its value solely to the pleasure it contains, although it might easily have appeared to do so when we only consider the other constituents of the enjoyment and seem to see that, without the pleasure, they would have had no value. It is now apparent, on the contrary, that the whole enjoyment owes its value quite equally to the presence of the other constituents, even though it may be true that the pleasure is the only constituent having any value by itself. And similarly, if we are told that all things owe their value solely to the fact that they are realizations of the true self, we may easily refute this statement by asking whether the predicate that is meant by realizing the true self, supposing it could exist alone, would have any value whatsoever. Either the thing which does realize the true self has intrinsic value, or it has not, and if it has, then it certainly does not owe its value solely to the fact that it realizes the true self. 113. If, now, we use this method of absolute isolation and guard against these errors, it appears that the question we have to answer is far less difficult than the controversies of ethics might have led us to expect. Indeed, once the meaning of the question is clearly understood, the answer to it, in its main outlines, appears to be so obvious that it runs the risk of seeming to be a platitude. By far the most valuable things which we know or can imagine are certain states of consciousness, which may be roughly described as the pleasures of human intercourse and the enjoyment of beautiful objects. No one, probably, who has asked himself this question has ever doubted that personal affection and the appreciation of what is beautiful in art or nature are good in themselves, nor, if we consider strictly what things are worth having purely for their own sakes, does it appear probable that any one will think that anything else has nearly so great a value as the things which are included under these two heads. I have myself urged in chapter 3 that the mere existence of what is beautiful does appear to have some intrinsic value. But I regard it as indubitable that Professor Sidgwick was so far right in the view there discussed that such mere existence of what is beautiful has value, so small as to be negligible in comparison with that which attaches to the consciousness of beauty. This simple truth may, indeed, be said to be universally recognized. What has not been recognized is that it is the ultimate and fundamental truth of moral philosophy. That it is only for the sake of these things, in order that as much of them as possible may at some time exist, that any one can be justified in performing any public or private duty. That they are the raison d'être of virtue, that it is they, those complex wholes themselves, and not any constituents or characteristic of them, that form the rational ultimate end of human action and the sole criterion of social progress. These appear to be truths which have been generally overlooked. That they are truths, that personal affections and aesthetic enjoyments include all the greatest, and by far the greatest, goods we can imagine, will, I hope, appear more plainly in the course of that analysis of them to which I shall now proceed. All the things which I have meant to include under the above descriptions are highly complex organic unities, and in discussing the consequences which follow from this fact, and the elements of which they are composed, I may hope at the same time both to confirm and to define my position. 114. First, I propose to begin by examining what I have called aesthetic enjoyments, since the case of personal affections presents some additional complications. It is, I think, universally admitted that the proper appreciation of a beautiful object is a good thing in itself, and my question is, what are the main elements included in such an appreciation? 1. It is plain that in those instances of aesthetic appreciation which we think most valuable, there is included not merely a bare cognition of what is beautiful in the object, but also some kind of feeling or emotion. It is not sufficient that a man should merely see the beautiful qualities in a picture and know that they are beautiful, in order that we may give his state of mind the highest praise. We require that he should also appreciate the beauty of that which he sees and which he knows to be beautiful, that he should feel and see its beauty. And by these expressions we certainly mean that he should have an appropriate emotion towards the beautiful qualities which he cognizes. It is perhaps the case that all aesthetic emotions have some common quality, but it is certain that differences in the emotion seem to be appropriate to differences in the kind of beauty perceived. And by saying that different emotions are appropriate to different kinds of beauty, we mean that the whole which is formed by the consciousness of that kind of beauty together with the emotion appropriate to it is better than if any other emotion had been felt in contemplating that particular beautiful object. Accordingly, we have a large variety of different emotions, each of which is a necessary constituent in some state of consciousness which we judge to be good. All of these emotions are essential elements in great positive goods. They are parts of organic wholes, which have great intrinsic value. But it is important to observe that these wholes are organic, and that hence it does not follow that the emotion, by itself, would have any value whatsoever, nor yet that, if it were directed to a different object, the whole thus formed might not be positively bad. And in fact it seems to be the case that if we distinguish the emotional element in any aesthetic appreciation from the cognitive element, which accompanies it and is, in fact, commonly thought of as a part of the emotion, and if we consider what value this emotional element would have, existing by itself, we can hardly think that it has any great value, even if it has any at all. Whereas if the same emotion be directed to a different object, if, for instance, it is felt towards an object that is positively ugly, the whole state of consciousness is certainly often positively bad in a high degree. 115. 2. In the last paragraph I have pointed out the two facts, that the presence of some emotion is necessary to give any very high value to a state of aesthetic appreciation, and that, on the other hand, this same emotion in itself may have little or no value. It follows that these emotions give the wholes, of which they form a part, a value far greater than which they themselves possess. The same is obviously true of the cognitive element which must be combined with these emotions in order to form these highly valuable wholes. And the present paragraph will attempt to define what is meant by this cognitive element, so far as to guard against a possible misunderstanding. When we talk of seeing a beautiful object, or, more generally, of the cognition or consciousness of a beautiful object, we may mean by these expressions something which forms no part of any valuable whole. There is an ambiguity in the use of the term object, which has probably been responsible for as many enormous errors in philosophy and psychology as any other single cause. This ambiguity may easily be detected by considering the proposition, which, though a contradiction in terms, is obviously true, that when a man sees a beautiful picture he may see nothing beautiful whatever. The ambiguity consists in the fact that by the object of vision or cognition may be meant either the qualities actually seen or all the qualities possessed by the thing seen. Thus in our case, when it is said that the picture is beautiful, it is meant that it contains qualities which are beautiful. When it is said that the man sees the picture, it is meant that he sees a great number of the qualities contained in the picture, and when it is said that, nevertheless, he sees nothing beautiful, it is meant that he does not see those qualities of the picture which are beautiful. When, therefore, I speak of the cognition of a beautiful object as an essential element in a valuable aesthetic appreciation, I must be understood to mean only the cognition of the beautiful qualities possessed by that object, and not the cognition of other qualities of the object possessing them. And this distinction must itself be carefully distinguished from the other distinction expressed above by the distinct terms seeing the beauty of a thing and seeing its beautiful qualities. By seeing the beauty of a thing we commonly mean the having an emotion towards its beautiful qualities, whereas in the seeing of its beautiful qualities we do not include any emotion. By the cognitive element which is equally necessary with emotions to the existence of a valuable appreciation, I mean merely the actual cognition or consciousness of any or all of an object's beautiful qualities. That is to say, any or all of those elements in the object which possess any positive beauty. That such a cognitive element is essential to a valuable whole may be easily seen by asking, what value should we attribute to the proper emotion excited by hearing Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, if that emotion were entirely unaccompanied by any consciousness, either of the notes or of the melodic and harmonic relations between them? And that the mere hearing of the symphony, even accompanied by the appropriate emotion, is not sufficient may be easily seen, if we consider what would be the state of a man who should hear all the notes but should not be aware of any of those melodic and harmonic relations which are necessary to constitute the smallest beautiful elements in the symphony. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 116. 3. Connected with the distinction just made between object in the sense of qualities actually before the mind, and object in the sense of the whole thing which possesses the qualities actually before the mind, is another distinction of the utmost importance for a correct analysis of the constituents necessary to a valuable whole. It is commonly and rightly thought that to see beauty in a thing which has no beauty is in some way inferior to seeing beauty in that which really has it. But under this single description of seeing beauty in that which has no beauty, two very different facts, and facts of very different value, may be included. We may mean either the attribution to an object of really beautiful qualities which it does not possess, or the feeling towards qualities which the object does possess but which are in reality not beautiful, an emotion which is appropriate only to qualities really beautiful. Both these facts are of very frequent occurrence, and in most instances of emotion both no doubt occur together, but they are obviously quite distinct, and the distinction is of the utmost importance for a correct estimate of values. The former may be called an error of judgment, and the latter an error of taste. But it is important to observe that the error of taste commonly involves a false judgment of value, whereas the error of judgment is merely a false judgment of fact. Now the case which I have called an error of taste, namely, where the actual qualities we admire, whether possessed by the object or not, are ugly, can in any case have no value except such as may belong to the emotion by itself. And in most, if not in all, cases it is a considerable positive evil. In this sense, then, it is undoubtedly right to think that seeing beauty in a thing which has no beauty is inferior in value to seeing beauty where beauty really is. But the other case is much more difficult. In this case there is present all that I have hitherto mentioned as necessary to constitute a great positive good. There is a cognition of qualities really beautiful, together with an appropriate emotion towards these qualities. There can, therefore, be no doubt that we have here a great positive good. But there is present also something else, namely a belief that these beautiful qualities exist, and that they exist in a certain relation to other things, namely to some properties of the object to which we attribute these qualities, and further the object of this belief is false. And we may ask, with regard to the whole thus constituted, whether the presence of the belief and the fact that what is believed is false make any difference to its value. We thus get three different cases of which it is very important to determine the relative values. Where both the cognition of beautiful qualities and the appropriate emotion are present, we may also have either 1. A belief in the existence of these qualities, of which the object, that is, that they exist, is true. Or 2. A mere cognition, without belief, when it is a. true, b. false, that the object of the cognition, that is, the beautiful qualities, exists. Or 3. A belief in the existence of the beautiful qualities when they do not exist. The importance of these cases arises from the fact that the second defines the pleasures of imagination, including a great part of the appreciation of those works of art which are representative, whereas the first contrasts with these the appreciation of what is beautiful in nature and the human affections. The third, on the other hand, is contrasted with both, in that it is chiefly exemplified in what is called misdirected affection, and it is possible also that the love of God in the case of a believer should fall under this head. 117. Now all these three cases, as I've said, have something in common, namely, that in them all we have a cognition of really beautiful qualities together with an appropriate emotion towards those qualities. I think therefore it cannot be doubted, nor is it commonly doubted, that all three include great positive goods. They are all things of which we feel convinced that they are worth having for their own sakes. And I think that the value of the second, in either of its two subdivisions, is precisely the same as the value of the element common to all three. In other words, in the case of purely imaginative appreciations we have merely the cognition of really beautiful qualities together with the appropriate emotion, and the question whether the object cognized exists or not seems here, where there is no belief either in its existence or in its non-existence, to make absolutely no difference to the value of the total state. But it seems to me that the two other cases do differ in intrinsic value both from the one and from one another, even though the object cognized and the appropriate emotion should be identical in all three cases. I think that the additional presence of a belief in the reality of the object makes the total state much better if the belief is true, and worse if the belief is false. In short, where there is belief, in the sense in which we do believe in the existence of nature and horses, and do not believe in the existence of an ideal landscape and unicorns, the truth of what is believed does make a great difference to the value of the organic whole. If this be the case, we shall have vindicated the belief that knowledge, in the ordinary sense as distinguished on the one hand from belief in what is false, and on the other from the mere awareness of what is true, does contribute towards intrinsic value; that, at least in some cases, its presence as a part makes a whole more valuable than it could have been without. Now I think there can be no doubt that we do judge that there is a difference of value, such as I have indicated, between the three cases in question. We do think that the emotional contemplation of a natural scene, supposing its qualities equally beautiful, is in some way a better state of things than that of a painted landscape. We think that the world would be improved if we could substitute for the best works of representative art real objects equally beautiful. And similarly we regard a misdirected affection or admiration, even where the error involved is a mere error of judgment and not an error of taste, as in some way unfortunate. And further, those, at least, who have a strong respect for truth are inclined to think that a merely poetical contemplation of the kingdom of heaven would be superior to that of the religious believer, if it were the case that the kingdom of heaven does not and will not really exist. Most persons, on a sober, reflective judgment, would feel some hesitation even in preferring the felicity of a madman, convinced that the world was ideal, to the condition either of a poet imagining an ideal world, or of themselves enjoying and appreciating the lesser goods which do and will exist. But in order to assure ourselves that these judgments are really judgments of intrinsic value upon the question before us, and to satisfy ourselves that they are correct, it is necessary clearly to distinguish our question from two others which have a very important bearing upon our total judgment of the cases in question. 118. In the first place, a. It is plain that, where we believe, the question whether we believe is true or false will generally have a most important bearing upon the value of our belief as a means. Where we believe, we are apt to act upon our belief in a way in which we do not act upon our cognition of the events in a novel. The truth of what we believe is, therefore, very important as preventing the pains of disappointment and still more serious consequences. And it might be thought that a misdirected attachment was unfortunate solely for this reason, that it leads us to count upon results which the real nature of its object is not of a kind to ensure. So too the love of God, where as usual it includes the belief that he will annex to certain actions consequences, either in his life or the next, which the cause of nature gives no reason to expect, may lead the believer to perform actions of which the actual consequences, supposing no such God to exist, may be much worse than he might otherwise have effected, and it might be thought that this was the sole reason, as it is a sufficient one, why we should hesitate to encourage the love of God, in the absence of any proof that he exists. And similarly it may be thought that the only reason why beauty in nature should be held superior to an equally beautiful landscape or imagination is that its existence would ensure greater permanence and frequency in our emotional contemplation of that beauty. It is, indeed, certain that the chief importance of most knowledge, of the truth of most of the things which we believe, does, in this world, consist in its extrinsic advantages. It is immediately valuable as a means. And secondly, b. It may be the case that the existence of that which we contemplate is itself a great positive good, so that for this reason alone the state of things described by saying that the object of our motion really exists would be intrinsically superior to that in which it did not. This reason for superiority is undoubtedly of great importance in the case of human affections, where the object of our admiration is the mental qualities of an admirable person. For that two such admirable persons should exist is greatly better than that there should be only one. And it would also discriminate the admiration of an inanimate nature from that of its representations in art, in so far as we may allow a small intrinsic value to the existence of a beautiful object, apart from any contemplation of it. But it is to be noticed that this reason would not account for any difference in value between the cases where the truth was believed and that in which it was merely cognized, without either belief or disbelief. In other words, so far as this reason goes, the difference between the two subdivisions of our second class, that of imaginative contemplation, would be as great as between our first class and the second subdivision of our second. The superiority of the mere cognition of a beautiful object, when that object also happened to exist, over the same cognition when the object did not exist, would, on this account, be as great as that of the knowledge of a beautiful object over the mere imagination of it. 119. These two reasons for discriminating between the value of the three cases we are considering must, I say, be carefully distinguished from that of which I am now questioning the validity if we are to obtain a correct answer concerning this latter. The question I am putting is this: whether the whole constituted by the fact that there is an emotional contemplation of a beautiful object, which is both believed to be and is real, does not derive some of its value from the fact that the object is real. I am asking whether the value of this whole, as a whole, is not greater than that of those which differ from it, either by the absence of belief, with or without truth, or, belief being present, by the mere absence of truth. I am not asking either whether it is not superior to them as a means, which it certainly is, nor whether it may contain a more valuable part, namely the existence of the object in question. My question is solely whether the existence of its object does not constitute an addition to the value of the whole, quite distinct from the addition constituted by the fact that this whole does contain a valuable part. If now we put this question, I cannot avoid thinking that it should receive an affirmative answer. We can put it clearly by the method of isolation, and the sole decision must rest with our reflective judgment upon it, as thus clearly put. We can guard against the bias produced by a consideration of value as a means by supposing the case of an illusion as complete and permanent as illusions in this world never can be. We can imagine the case of a single person enjoying throughout eternity the contemplation of scenery as beautiful and intercourse with persons as admirable as can be imagined, while yet the whole of the objects of this cognition are absolutely unreal. I think we should definitely pronounce the existence of a universe which consisted solely of such a person to be greatly inferior in value to one in which the objects, in the existence of which he believes, did really exist just as he believes them to do, and that it would be thus inferior not only because it would lack the goods which consist in the existence of the objects in question, but also merely because his belief would be false. That it would be inferior for this reason alone follows if we admit, what also appears to me certain, that the case of a person merely imagining, without believing, the beautiful objects in question would, although these objects really existed, be yet inferior to that of the person who also believed in their existence. For here all the additional good, which consists in the existence of the objects, is present, and yet there still seems to be a great difference in value between this object and that in which their existence is believed. But I think that my conclusion may perhaps be exhibited in a more convincing light by the following considerations. 1. It does not seem to me that the small degree of value which we may allow to the existence of beautiful inanimate objects is nearly equal in amount to the difference which I feel that there is between the appreciation, accompanied by belief, of such objects, when they really exist, and the purely imaginative appreciation of them when they do not exist. This inequality is more difficult to verify where the object is an admirable person, since a great value must be allowed to his existence. But yet I think it is not paradoxical to maintain that the superiority of reciprocal affection, where both objects are worthy and both exist, over an unreciprocated affection, where both are worthy but one does not exist, does not lie solely in the fact that in the former case we have two good things instead of one, but also in the fact that each is such as the other believes him to be. 2. It seems to me that the important contribution to value made by true belief may be very plainly seen in the following case. Suppose that the worthy object of affection does really exist and is believed to do so, but that there enters into the case this error of fact, that the qualities loved, though exactly like, are yet not the same which really do exist. This state of things is easily imagined, and I think we cannot avoid pronouncing that, although both persons here exist, it is yet not so satisfactory as where the very person loved and believed to exist is also the one which actually does exist. 120. If all this be so, we have, in this third section, added to our former results the third result that a true belief in the reality of an object greatly increases the value of many valuable wholes. Just as in sections 1 and 2 it was maintained that aesthetic and affectionate emotions had little or no value apart from the cognition of appropriate objects, and that the cognition of these objects had little or no value apart from the appropriate emotion, so that the whole, in which both were combined, had a value great in excess of the sum of the values of its parts. So, according to this section, if there be added to these wholes a true belief in the reality of the object, the new whole thus formed has a value greatly in excess of the sum obtained by adding the value of the true belief, considered in itself, to that of our original wholes. This new case only differs from the former in this, that, whereas the true belief by itself has quite as little value as either of the two other constituents taken singly, yet they, taken together, seem to form a whole of very great value, whereas this is not the case with the two wholes which might be formed by adding the true belief to either of the others. The importance of the result of this section seems to lie mainly in two of its consequences. 1. That it affords some justification for the immense intrinsic value which seems to be commonly attributed to the mere knowledge of some truths, and which was expressly attributed to some kinds of knowledge by Plato and Aristotle. Perfect knowledge has indeed competed with perfect love for the position of the ideal. If the results of this section are correct, it appears that knowledge, though having little or no value by itself, is an absolutely essential constituent in the highest goods, and contributes immensely to their value. And it appears that this function may be performed not only by that case of knowledge which we have chiefly considered, namely knowledge of the reality of the beautiful object cognized, but also by knowledge of the numerical identity of this object with which really exists, and by the knowledge that the existence of that object is truly good. Indeed, all knowledge which is directly concerned with the nature of the constituents of a beautiful object would seem capable of adding greatly to the value of the contemplation of that object, although, by itself, such knowledge would have no value at all. And 2. The second important consequence which follows from this section is that the presence of true belief may, in spite of a great inferiority in the value of the emotion and the beauty of its objects, constitute with them a whole equal or superior in value to wholes in which the emotion and beauty are superior, but in which a true belief is wanting or a false belief present. In this way we may justify the attribution of equal or superior value to an appreciation of an inferior real object, as compared with the appreciation of a greatly superior object which is a mere creature of the imagination. Thus a just appreciation of nature and of real persons may maintain its equality with an equally just appreciation of the products of artistic imagination, in spite of much greater beauty in the latter. And similarly, though God may be admitted to be a more perfect object than any actual human being, the love of God may yet be inferior to human love, if God does not exist. 121. 4. In order to complete the discussion of this first class of goods, goods which have an essential reference to beautiful objects, it would be necessary to attempt a classification and comparative valuation of all the different forms of beauty, a task which properly belongs to the study called aesthetics. I do not, however, propose to attempt any part of this task. It must only be understood that I intend to include among the essential constituents of the goods I have been discussing every form and variety of beautiful object, if only it be truly beautiful, and, if this be understood, I think it may be seen that the consensus of opinion with regard to what is positively beautiful and what is positively ugly, and even with regard to great differences in degree of beauty, is quite sufficient to allow us a hope that we need not greatly err in our judgments of good and evil. In anything which is thought beautiful by any considerable number of persons, there is probably some beautiful quality, and differences of opinion seem to be far more often due to exclusive attention on the part of different persons to different qualities in the same object, than to the positive error of supposing a quality that is ugly to be really beautiful. When an object which something beautiful is denied to be so by others, the truth is usually that it lacks some beautiful quality, or is deformed by some ugly one, which engaged the exclusive attention of the critics. I may, however, state two general principles closely connected with the results of this chapter, the recognition of which would seem to be of great importance for the investigation of what things are truly beautiful. The first of these is, 1. A definition of beauty, of what is meant by saying that a thing is truly beautiful. The naturalistic fallacy has been quite as commonly committed with regard to beauty as with regard to good. Its use has introduced as many errors into aesthetics as into ethics. It has been even more commonly supposed that the beautiful may be defined as that which produces certain effects upon our feelings, and the conclusion which follows from this, namely, that judgments of taste are merely subjective, that precisely the same thing may, according to circumstances, be both beautiful and not beautiful, has very frequently been drawn. The conclusions of this chapter suggest a definition of beauty which may partially explain and entirely remove the difficulties which have led to this error. It appears probable that the beautiful should be defined as that of which the admiring contemplation is good in itself. That is to say, to assert that a thing is beautiful is to assert that the cognition of it is an essential element in one of the intrinsically valuable wholes we have been discussing, so that the question whether it is truly beautiful or not depends upon the objective question whether the whole in question is or is not truly good, and does not depend upon the question whether it would or would not excite particular feelings in particular persons. This definition has the double recommendation that it accounts both for the apparent connection between goodness and beauty and for the no less apparent difference between these two conceptions. It appears at first sight to be a strange coincidence that there should be two different objective predicates of value, good and beautiful, which are nevertheless so related to one another that whatever is beautiful is also good. But if our definition be correct, the strangeness disappears, since it leaves only one unanalyzable predicate of value, namely good, while beautiful, though not identical with, is to be defined by reference to this, being thus at the same time different from and necessarily connected with it. In short, on this view, to say that a thing is beautiful is to say, not indeed that it is itself good, but that it is a necessary element in something which is. To prove that a thing is truly beautiful is to prove that a whole, to which it appears a particular relation as a part, is truly good. And in this way we should explain the immense predominance among objects commonly considered beautiful of material objects, objects of the external senses, since these objects, though themselves having, as has been said, little or no intrinsic value, are yet essential constituents in the largest groups of wholes which have intrinsic value. These wholes themselves may be and are also beautiful, but the comparative rarity with which we regard them as themselves objects of contemplation seems sufficient to explain the association of beauty with external objects. And secondly, 2. It is to be observed that beautiful objects are themselves, for the most part, organic unities in this sense, that they are wholes of great complexity, such that the contemplation of any part by itself may have no value, and yet that, unless the contemplation of the whole includes the contemplation of that part, it will lose in value. From this it follows that there can be no single criterion of beauty. It will never be true to say, this object owes its beauty solely to the presence of this characteristic, nor yet that, wherever this characteristic is present, the object must be beautiful. All that can be true is that certain objects are beautiful because they have certain characteristics, in the sense that they would not be beautiful unless they had them. And it may be possible to find that certain characteristics are more or less universally present in all beautiful objects, and are, in this sense, more or less important conditions of beauty. But it is important to observe that the very qualities which differentiate one beautiful object from all others are, if the object be truly beautiful, as essential to its beauty as those which it has in common with ever so many others. The object would no more have the beauty it has without its specific qualities than without those that are generic, and the generic qualities by themselves would fail as completely to give beauty as those which are specific. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 6, part 3 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 122. 2. It will be remembered that I began this survey of great unmixed goods by dividing all the greatest goods we know into the two classes of aesthetic enjoyments on the one hand, and the pleasures of human intercourse or of personal affection on the other. I postponed the consideration of the latter on the ground that they presented additional complications. In what this additional complication consists will now be evident, and I have already been obliged to take account of it in discussing the contribution to value made by true belief. It consists in the fact that in the case of personal affection the object itself is not merely beautiful, while possessed of little or no intrinsic value, but is itself, in part at least, of great intrinsic value. All the constituents which we have found to be necessary to the most valuable aesthetic enjoyments, namely, appropriate emotion, cognition of truly beautiful qualities, and true belief, are equally necessary here. But here we have the additional fact that the object must be not only truly beautiful, but also truly good in a high degree. It is evident that this additional complication only occurs in so far as there is included in the object of personal affection some of the mental qualities of the person towards whom the affection is felt, and I think it may be admitted that, wherever the affection is most valuable, the appreciation of mental qualities must form a large part of it, and that the presence of this part makes the whole far more valuable than it could have been without it. But it seems very doubtful whether this appreciation, by itself, can possess as much value as the whole in which it is combined with an appreciation of the appropriate corporeal expression of the mental qualities in question. It is certain that in all actual cases of valuable affection, the bodily expressions of character, whether by looks, by words, or by actions, do form a part of the object towards which the affection is felt, and that the fact of their inclusion appears to heighten the value of the whole state. It is indeed very difficult to imagine what the cognition of mental qualities alone, accompanied by any corporeal expression, would be like, and in so far as we succeed in making this abstraction, the whole considered certainly appears to have less value. I therefore conclude that the importance of an admiration of admirable mental qualities lies chiefly in the immense superiority of the whole, in which it forms a part, to one in which it is absent, and not in any high degree of intrinsic value which it possesses by itself. It even appears to be doubtful whether, in itself, it possesses so much value as the appreciation of mere corporeal beauty undoubtedly does possess, that is to say, whether the appreciation of what has intrinsic value is so valuable as the appreciation of what is merely beautiful. But further, if we consider the nature of admirable mental qualities by themselves, it appears that a proper appreciation of them involves a reference to purely material beauty in yet another way. Admirable mental qualities do, if our previous conclusions are correct, consist very largely in an emotional contemplation of beautiful objects, and hence the appreciation of them will consist essentially in the contemplation of such contemplation. It is true that the most valuable appreciation of persons appear to be that which consists in the appreciation of their appreciation of other persons. But even here a reference to material beauty appears to be involved, both in respect of the fact that what is appreciated in the last instance may be the contemplation of what is merely beautiful, and in respect of the fact that the most valuable appreciation of a person appears to include an appreciation of this corporeal expression. Though, therefore, we may admit that the appreciation of a person's attitude towards other persons, or, to take one instance, the love of love, is far the most valuable good we know, and far more valuable than the mere love of beauty, yet we can only admit this if the first be understood to include the latter in various degrees of directness. With regard to the question what are the mental qualities of which the cognition is essential to the value of human intercourse, it is plain that they include, in the first place, all those varieties of aesthetic appreciation which formed our first class of goods. They include, therefore, a great variety of different emotions, each of which is appropriate to some different kind of beauty. But we must now add to these the whole range of emotions which are appropriate to persons, and which are different from those which are appropriate to mere corporeal beauty. It must also be remembered that just as these emotions have little value in themselves, and as the state of mind in which they exist may have its value greatly heightened, or may entirely lose it and become positively evil in a great degree, according as the cognitions accompanying the emotions are appropriate or inappropriate, so too the appreciation of these emotions, though it may have some value in itself, may yet form part of a whole which has far greater value or no value at all, according as it is or is not accompanied by a perception of the appropriateness of the emotions to their objects. It is obvious, therefore, that the study of what is valuable in human intercourse is a study of immense complexity, and that there may be much human intercourse which has little or no value, or is positively bad. Yet here too, as with the question what is beautiful, there seems no reason to doubt that a reflective judgment will in the main decide correctly both as to what are positive goods, and even to any great differences in value between these goods. In particular, it may be remarked that the emotions, of which the contemplation is essential to the greatest values, and which are also themselves appropriately excited by such contemplation, appear to be those which are commonly most highly prized under the name of affection. 123. I have now completed my examination into the nature of those great positive goods, which do not appear to include among their constituents anything positively evil or ugly, though they include much which is in itself indifferent; and I wish to point out certain conclusions which appear to follow, with regard to the nature of the summum bonum, or that state of things which would be the most perfect we can conceive. Those idealistic philosophers whose views agree most closely with those here advocated, in that they deny pleasure to be the sole good, and regard what is completely good as having some complexity, have usually represented a purely spiritual state of existence as the ideal. Regarding matter as essentially imperfect, if not positively evil, they have concluded that the total absence of all material properties is necessary to a state of perfection. Now, according to what has been said, this view would be correct so far as it asserts that any great good must be mental, and so far as it asserts that a purely material existence by itself can have little or no value. The superiority of the spiritual over the material has, in a sense, been amply vindicated. But it does not follow from this superiority that a perfect state of things must be one from which all material properties are rigidly excluded. On the contrary, if our conclusions are correct, it would seem to be the case that a state of things in which they are included must be vastly better than any conceivable state in which they were absent. In order to see that this is so, the chief thing necessary to be considered is exactly what it is, which we declare to be good when we declare that the appreciation of beauty in art and nature is so. That this appreciation is good, the philosophers in question do not for the most part deny, but if we admit it, then we should remember Butler's maxim that everything is what it is, and not another thing. I have tried to show, and I think it is too evident to be disputed, that such appreciation is an organic unity, a complex whole, and that, in its most undoubted instances, part of what is included in this whole is a cognition of material qualities, and particularly of a vast variety of what are called secondary qualities. If, then, it is this whole which we know to be good, and not another thing, then we know that material qualities, even though they be perfectly worthless in themselves, are yet essential constituents of what is far from worthless. What we know to be valuable is the apprehension of just these qualities, and not of any others, and if we propose to subtract them from it, then what we have left is not that which we know to have value, but something else. And it must be noticed that this conclusion holds, even if my contention that a true belief in the existence of these qualities adds to the value of the whole in which it is concluded, be disputed. We should then, indeed, be entitled to assert that the existence of a material world was wholly immaterial to perfection, but the fact that what we knew to be good was a cognition of material qualities, though purely imaginary, would still remain. It must, then, be admitted, on pain of self-contradiction, on pain of holding that things are not what they are, but something else, that a world from which material qualities were wholly banished would be a world which lacked many, if not all, of those things which we know most certainly to be great goods. That it might nevertheless be a far better world than one which retained these goods, I have already admitted. But in order to show that any such world would be thus better, it would be necessary to show that the retention of these things, though good in themselves, impaired, in a more than equal degree, the value of some whole to which they might belong, and the task of showing this has certainly never been attempted. Until it be performed, we are entitled to assert that material qualities are a necessary constituent of the ideal, that though something utterly unknown might be better than any world containing them or any other good we know, yet we have no reason to suppose that anything whatever would be better than a state of things in which they were included. To deny and exclude matter is to deny and exclude the best we know. That a thing may retain its value while losing some of its qualities is utterly untrue. All that is true is that the changed thing may have more value than, or as much value as, that of which the qualities have been lost. What I contend is that nothing, which we know to be good, and which contains no material qualities, has such great value that we can declare it, by itself, to be superior to the value which would be performed by the addition to it of an appreciation of material qualities. That a purely spiritual good may be the best of single things, I am not much concerned to dispute, although, in which has been said with regard to the nature of personal affection, I have given reason for doubting it. But that by adding to it some appreciation of material qualities, which, though perhaps inferior by itself, is certainly a great positive good, we should obtain a greater sum of value, which no corresponding decrease in the value of the whole, as a whole, could counterbalance. This, I maintain, we have certainly no reason to doubt. 124. In order to complete this discussion of the main principles involved in the determination of intrinsic value, the chief remaining topics necessary to be treated appear to be two. The first of these is the nature of great intrinsic evils, including what I may call mixed evils, that is to say, those evil wholes which nevertheless contain, as essential elements, something positively good or beautiful. And the second is the nature of what I may similarly call mixed goods, that is to say, those wholes which, though intrinsically good as wholes, nevertheless contain, as essential elements, something positively evil or ugly. It will greatly facilitate this discussion if I may be understood throughout to use the terms beautiful and ugly, not necessarily with reference to things of the kind which most naturally occur to us as instances of what is beautiful and ugly, but in accordance with my proposed definition of beauty. Thus I shall use the word beautiful to denote that of which the admiring contemplation is good in itself, and ugly to denote that of which the admiring contemplation is evil in itself. 1. With regard, then, to great positive evils, I think it is evident that, if we take all due precautions to discover precisely what those things are, of which, if they existed absolutely by themselves, we should judge the existence to be a great evil, we shall find most of them to be organic unities of exactly the same nature as those which are the greatest positive goods. That is to say, they are cognitions of some object accompanied by some emotion. Just as neither a cognition nor an emotion by itself appeared capable of being greatly good, so, with one exception, neither a cognition nor an emotion by itself appears capable of being greatly evil. And just as a whole formed of both, even without the addition of one other element, appeared undoubtedly capable of being a great good, so such a whole by itself appears capable of being a great evil. With regard to the third element, which was discussed as capable of adding greatly to the value of a good, namely true belief, it will appear that it has different relations towards different kinds of evils. In some cases the addition of true belief to a positive evil seems to constitute a far worse evil, but in other cases it is not apparent that it makes any difference. The greatest positive evils may be divided in the following three classes. 125. 1. The first class consists of those evils which seems always to include an enjoyment or admiring contemplation of things which are themselves either evil or ugly. That is to say, these evils are characterized by the fact that they include precisely the same emotion, which is also essential to the greatest unmixed goods, from which they are differentiated by the fact that this emotion is directed towards an inappropriate object. In so far as this emotion is either a slight good in itself or a slightly beautiful object, these evils would therefore be cases of what I have called mixed evils. But, as I have already said, it seems very doubtful whether an emotion, completely isolated from its object, has either value or beauty. It certainly has not much of either. It is, however, important to observe that the very same emotions, which are often loosely talked of as the greatest or the only goods, may be essential constituents of the very worst wholes; that, according to the nature of the cognition which accompanies them, they may be conditions either of the greatest good or of the greatest evil. In order to illustrate the nature of evils of this class, I may take two instances: cruelty and lasciviousness. That these are great intrinsic evils we may, I think, easily assure ourselves by imagining the state of a man whose mind is solely occupied by either of these passions in their worst form. If we then consider what judgment we should pass upon a universe which consisted solely of minds thus occupied, without the smallest hope that there would ever exist in its smallest consciousness of any object other than those proper to these passions, or any feeling directed to any such object, I think we cannot avoid the conclusion that the existence of such a universe would be a far worse evil than the existence of none at all. But if this be so, it follows that these two vicious states are not only, as is commonly admitted, bad as means, but also bad in themselves, and that they involve in their nature that complication of elements which I have called a love of what is evil or ugly is, I think, no less plain. With regard to the pleasures of lust, the nature of the cognition, by the presence of which they are to be defined, is somewhat difficult to analyze, but it appears to include both cognitions of organic sensations and perceptions of states of the body, of which the enjoyment is certainly an evil in itself. So far as these are concerned, lasciviousness would, then, include in its essence an admiring contemplation of what is ugly. But certainly one of its commonest ingredients, in its worst forms, is enjoyment of the same state of mind in other people, and in this case it would therefore also include a love of what is evil. With regard to cruelty, it is easy to see an enjoyment of pain in other people as essential to it, and, as we shall see, when we come to consider pain, this is certainly a love of evil, while in so far as it also includes a delight in the bodily signs of agony, it would also comprehend a love of what is ugly. In both cases, it should be observed, the evil of the state is heightened not only by an increase in the evil or ugliness of the object, but also by an increase in the enjoyment. It might be objected, in the case of cruelty, that our disapproval of it, even in the isolated case supposed, where no considerations of its badness as a means could influence us, may yet be really directed to the pain of the persons which it takes delight in contemplating. This objection may be met, in the first place, by the remark that it entirely fails to explain the judgment, which yet, I think, no one, on reflection, will be able to avoid making, that even though the amount of pain contemplated be the same, yet the greater the delight in its contemplation, the worse the state of things. But it may also, I think, be met by notice of a fact, which we were unable to urge in considering the similar possibility with regard to goods, namely the possibility that the reason why we attribute greater value to a worthy affection for a real person is that we take into account the additional good consisting in the existence of that person. We may, I think, urge, in the case of cruelty, that its intrinsic odiousness is equally great whether the pain contemplated really exists or is purely imaginary. I, at least, am unable to distinguish that, in this case, the presence of true belief makes any difference to the intrinsic value of the whole considered, although it undoubtedly may make a great difference to its value as a means, and so also with regard to other evils of this class. I am unable to see that a true belief in the existence of their objects makes any difference in the degree of their positive demerits. On the other hand, the presence of another class of beliefs seems to make a considerable difference. When we enjoy what is evil or ugly, in spite of our knowledge that it is so, the state of things seems considerable worse than if we made no judgment at all as to the object's value. And the same seems also, strangely enough, to be the case when we make a false judgment of a value. When we admire what is ugly or evil, believing that it is beautiful and good, this belief seems also to enhance the intrinsic vileness of our condition. It must of course be understood that, in both these cases, the judgment in question is merely what I have called a judgment of taste. That is to say, it is concerned with the worth of the qualities actually cognized, and not with the worth of object to which those qualities may be rightly or wrongly attributed. Finally, it should be mentioned that evils of this class, beside that emotional element, namely enjoyment and admiration, which they share with great unmixed goods, appear always also to include some specific emotion, which does not enter in the same way into the constitution of any good. The presence of this specific emotion seems certainly to enhance the badness of the whole, though it is not plain that, by itself, it would be either evil or ugly. 126. 2. The second class of great evils are undoubtedly mixed evils, but I treat them next because, in a certain respect, they appear to be the converse of the class last considered. Just as it is essential to this last class that they should include an emotion appropriate to the cognition of what is good or beautiful, but directed to an inappropriate object, so to this second class it is essential that they should include a cognition of what is good or beautiful, but accompanied by an inappropriate emotion. In short, just as the last class may be described as cases of the love of what is evil or ugly, so this class may be described as cases of the hatred of what is good or beautiful. With regard to these evils it should be remarked, first, that the vices of hatred, envy, and contempt, where these vices are evil in themselves, appear to be instances of them, and that they are frequently accompanied by evils of the first class, for example, where a delight is felt in the pain of a good person. Where they are thus accompanied, the whole thus formed is undoubtedly worse than if either existed singly. And secondly, that in their case a true belief in the existence of the good or beautiful object, which is hated, does appear to enhance the badness of the whole, in which it is present. Undoubtedly also, as in our first class, the presence of a true belief as to the value of the objects contemplated increases the evil. But, contrary to what was the case in our first class, a false judgment of value appears to lessen it. 127. 3. The third class of great positive evils appear to be the class of pains. With regard to these, it should first be remarked that, as in the case of pleasure, it is not pain itself, but only the consciousness of pain, towards which our judgments of value are directed. Just in chapter 3 it was said that pleasure, however intense, which no one felt, would be no good at all. So it appears that pain, however intense, of which there was no consciousness, would be no evil at all. It is therefore only the consciousness of intense pain which can be maintained to be a great evil, but that this by itself may be a great evil I cannot avoid thinking. The case of pain thus seems to differ from that of pleasure, for the mere consciousness of pleasure, however intense, does not, by itself, appear to be a great good, even if it has some slight intrinsic value. In short, pain, if we understand by this expression the consciousness of pain, appears to be a far worse evil than pleasure is a good. But if this be so, then pain must be admitted to be an exception from the rule which seems to hold both of all other great evils and of all great goods, namely that they are all organic unities to which both a cognition of an object and an emotion directed towards that object are essential. In the case of pain, and of pain alone, it seems to be true that a mere cognition by itself may be a great evil. It is, indeed, an organic unity, since it involves both the cognition and the object, neither of which by themselves has either merit or demerit. But it is a less complex organic unity than any other great evil and than any great good, both in respect of the fact that it does not involve, beside the cognition, an emotion directed towards its object, and also in respect of the fact that the object may here be absolutely simple, whereas in most, if not all, other cases the object itself is highly complex. This want of analogy between the relation of pain to intrinsic evil and of pleasure to intrinsic good seems also to be exhibited in a second respect. Not only is it the case that consciousness of intense pain is, by itself, a great evil, whereas consciousness of intense pleasure is, by itself, no great good, but also the converse difference appears to hold of the contribution which they make to the value of the whole, when they are combined respectively with another great evil or with a greater good. That is to say, the presence of pleasure, though not in proportion to its intensity, does appear to enhance the value of a whole in which it is combined with any of the great unmixed goods which we have considered. It might even be maintained that it is only goods, in which some pleasures is included, that possess any great value. It is certain, at all events, that the presence of pleasure makes a contribution to the value of good wholes greatly in excess of its own intrinsic value. On the contrary, if a feeling of pain be combined with any of the evil states of mind which we have been considering, the difference which its presence makes to the value of the whole as a whole seems to be rather for the better than the worse. In any case, the only additional evil which it produces is that which it, by itself, intrinsically constitutes. Thus, whereas pain is in itself a great evil, but makes no addition to the badness of the whole, in which it is combined with some other bad thing, except that which consists in its own intrinsic badness, pleasure, conversely, is not in itself a great good, but does make a great addition to the goodness of a whole in which it is combined with a good thing, quite apart from its own intrinsic value. 128. But finally, it must be insisted that pleasure and pain are completely analogous in this, that we cannot assume either that the presence of pleasure always makes a state of things better on the whole, or that the presence of pain always makes it worse. This is the truth which is most liable to be overlooked with regard to them, and it is because this is true that the common theory, that pleasure is the only good and pain the only evil, has its grossest consequences in misjudgments of value. Not only is the pleasantness of a state not in proportion to its intrinsic worth, it may even add positively to its vileness. We do not think the successful hatred of a villain the less vile and odious because it takes the keenest delight in it. Nor is there the least need in logic why we should think so, apart from an unintelligent prejudice in favor of pleasure. In fact, it seems to be the case that wherever pleasure is added to an evil state of either of our first two classes, the whole thus formed is always worse than if no pleasure had been there. And similarly with regard to pain. If pain be added to an evil state of either of our first two classes, the whole thus formed is always better, as a whole, than if no pain had been there, though there, if the pain be too intense, since that is a great evil, the state may not be better on the whole. It is in this way that the theory of vindicative punishment may be vindicated. The infliction of pain on a person whose state of mind is bad may, if the pain be not too intense, create a state of things that is better on the whole than if the evil state of mind had existed unpunished. Whether such a state of things can ever constitute a positive good is another question. End of chapter 6, part 3.
Chapter 6, Part 4 of Principia Ethica. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fredrik Karlsson. Principia Ethica by G.E. Moore. 129. 2. The consideration of this other question belongs properly to the second topic, which was reserved above for discussion, namely the topic of mixed goods. Mixed goods were defined above as things which, though positively good, as wholes, nevertheless contain as essential elements something intrinsically evil or ugly. And there certainly seem to be such goods. But for the proper consideration of them it is necessary to take into account a new distinction. The distinction just expressed as being between the value which a thing possesses as a whole and that which it possesses on the whole. When mixed goods were defined as things positively good as wholes, the expression was ambiguous. It is meant that they were positively good on the whole. But it must now be observed that the value which a thing possesses on the whole may be said to be equivalent to the sum of the value which it possesses as a whole, together with the intrinsic values which may belong to any of its parts. In fact, by the value which a thing possesses as a whole, there may be meant two quite distinct things. There may be meant either 1. That value which arises solely from the combination of two or more things, or else 2. The total value formed by the addition to 1 of any intrinsic value which may belong to the things combined. The meaning of the distinction may perhaps be most easily seen by considering the supposed case of vindictive punishment. If it is true that the combined existence of two evils may yet constitute a less evil than would be constituted by the existence of either singly, it is plain that this can only be because there arises from the combination a positive good which is greater than the difference between the sum of the two evils and the demerit of either singly. This positive good would then be the value of the whole, as a whole, in sense 1. Yet if this value be not so great a good as the sum of the two evils is an evil, it is plain that the value of the whole state of things will be a positive evil, and this value is the value of the whole, as a whole, in sense 2.
Whatever view may be taken with regard to the particular case of vindictive punishment, it is plain that we have here two distinct things, with regard to either of which a separate question may be asked in the case of every organic unity. The first of these two things may be expressed as the difference between the value of the whole thing and the sum of the value of its parts. And it is plain that where the parts have little or no intrinsic value, as in our first class of goods, this difference will be nearly or absolutely identical with the value of the whole thing. The distinction therefore only becomes important in the case of wholes, of which one or more parts have a great intrinsic value, positive or negative. The first of these cases, that of a whole, in which one part has a great positive value, is exemplified in our second and third classes of great unmixed goods. And similarly the summum bonum is a whole of which many parts have a great positive value. Such cases, it may be observed, are also very frequent and very important objects of aesthetic judgment, since the essential distinction between the classical and the romantic styles consists in the fact that the former aims at obtaining the greatest possible value for the whole, as a whole, in the sense one, whereas the latter sacrifices this in order to obtain the greatest possible value for some part, which is itself an organic unity. It follows that we cannot declare either style to be necessarily superior, since an equally good result on the whole, or as a whole in sense two, may be obtained by either method. But the distinctly aesthetic temperament seems to be characteristic by a tendency to prefer a good result obtained by the classical to an equally good result obtained by the romantic method. 130. But what we have now to consider are cases of wholes in which one or more parts have a great negative value or great positive evils. And first of all, we may take the strongest cases, like that of retributive punishment, in which we have a whole exclusively composed of two great positive evils, wickedness and pain. Can such a whole ever be positively good on the whole? 1. I can see no reason to think that such wholes ever are positively good on the whole, but from the fact that they may, nevertheless, be less evils than either of their parts taken singly, it follows that they have a characteristic which is most important for the correct decision of practical questions. It follows that, quite apart from the consequences or any value which an evil may have as mere means, it may, supposing one evil already exist, be worth while to create another, since by the mere creation of this second there may be constituted a whole less bad than if the original evil had been left to exist by itself. And similarly, with regard to all the wholes which I am about to consider, it must be remembered that, even if they are not goods on the whole, yet, where an evil already exists, as in this world evils do exist, the existence of the other part of these wholes will constitute a thing desirable for its own sake, that is to say, not merely a means to future goods, but one of the ends which must be taken into account in estimating what that best possible state of things is, to which every right action must be a means. 131. 2. But as a matter of fact, I cannot avoid thinking there are wholes containing something positively evil and ugly which are nevertheless great positive goods on the whole. Indeed, it appears to be to this class that those instances of virtue which contain anything intrinsically good chiefly belong. It need not, of course, be denied that there is sometimes included in a virtuous disposition more or less of those unmixed goods which were first discussed. That is to say, a real love of what is good or beautiful. But the typical and characteristic virtuous dispositions, so far as they are not mere means, seem rather to be examples of mixed goods. We may take as instances a, courage and compassion, which seem to belong to the second of the three classes of virtues distinguished in our last chapter, and b, the specifically moral sentiment, by reference to which the third of those three classes was defined.
Courage and compassion, in so far as they contain an intrinsically desirable state of mind, seem to involve essentially a cognition of something evil or ugly. In the case of courage, the object of the cognition may be an evil of any of our three classes. In the case of compassion, the proper object is pain. Both these virtues, accordingly, must contain precisely the same cognitive element, which is also essential to evils of class 1, and they are differentiated from these by the fact that the emotion directed to these objects is, in their case, an emotion of the same kind which was essential to evils of class 2. In short, just as evils of class 2 seem to consist in a hatred of what was good or beautiful, and evils of class 1 in a love of what was evil or ugly, so these virtues involve a hatred of what is evil or ugly. Both these virtues do, no doubt, also contain other elements, and among these each contains its specific emotion. But that their value does not depend solely upon these other elements we may easily assure ourselves by considering what we should think of an attitude of endurance or of defined contempt toward an object intrinsically good or beautiful, or of the state of a man whose mind was filled with pity for the happiness of a worthy admiration. Yet pity for the undeserved sufferings of others, endurance of pain to ourselves, and a defined hatred of evil disposition in ourselves or in others seem to be undoubtedly admirable in themselves, and if so, there are admirable things, which must be lost if there were no cognition of evil. Similarly, the specifically moral sentiment, in all cases where it has any considerable intrinsic value, appears to include a hatred of evils of the first and second classes. It is true that the emotion is here excited by the idea that an action is right or wrong, and hence the object of the idea which excites it is generally not an intrinsic evil. But as far as I can discover, the emotion with which a conscientious man views a real or imaginary right action contains, as an essential element, the same emotion with which he views a wrong one. It seems, indeed, that this element is necessary to make his emotion specifically moral. And the specifically moral emotion excited by the idea of a wrong action seems to me to contain essentially a more or less vague cognition of the kind of intrinsic evils, which are usually caused by wrong actions, whether they would or would not be caused by the particular action in question. I am, in fact, unable to distinguish in its main features the moral sentiment excited by the idea of rightness and wrongness, wherever it is intense, from the total state constituted by a cognition of something intrinsically evil together with the emotion of hatred directed towards it. Nor need we be surprised that this mental state should be the one chiefly associated with the idea of rightness, if we reflect on the nature of those actions which are most commonly recognized as duties. For by far the greater part of the actions of which we commonly think as duties are negative. What we feel to be our duty is to abstain from some action to which a strong natural impulse tempts us. And these wrong actions, in the avoidance of which duty consists, are usually such as produce very immediately some bad consequence in pain to others, while in many prominent instances the inclination which prompts us to them is itself an intrinsic evil, containing, as where the impulse is lust or cruelty, an anticipatory enjoyment of something evil or ugly. That right action does thus so frequently entail the suppression of some evil impulse is necessary to explain the plausibility of the view that virtue consists in the control of passion by reason. Accordingly, the truth seems to be that whenever a strong moral emotion is excited by the idea of rightness, this emotion is accompanied by a vague cognition of the kind of evils usually suppressed or avoided by the action which most frequently occur to us as instances of duty, and that the emotion is directed towards this evil quality.
We may then conclude that the specific moral emotion owes almost all of its intrinsic value to the fact that it includes a cognition of evils, accompanied by a hatred of them. Mere rightness, whether truly or untruly attributed to an action, seems incapable of forming the object of an emotional contemplation, which shall be any great good. 132. If this be so, then we have, in many prominent instances of virtue, cases of a whole greatly good in itself, which yet contains the cognition of something, whereof the existence would be a great evil. A great good is absolutely dependent for its value upon its inclusion of something evil or ugly, although it does not owe its value solely to this element in it. And, in the case of virtues, this evil object does, in generally, actually exist. But there seemed no reason to think that when it does exist, the whole state of things thus constituted is therefore the better on the whole. What seems indubitable is only that the feeling contemplation of an object whose existence would be a great evil, or which is ugly, may be essential to a valuable whole. We have another undoubted instance of this in the appreciation of tragedy. But in tragedy the sufferings of Lear and the vice of Iago may be purely imaginary, and it seems certain that, if they really existed, the evil thus existing, while it must detract from the good consisting in a proper feeling towards them, will add no positive value to that good great enough to counterbalance such a loss. It does indeed seem that the existence of a true belief in the object of these mixed goods does add some value to the whole in which it is combined with them. A conscious compassion for real suffering seems to be better, as a whole, than a compassion for sufferings merely imaginary. And this may well be the case, even though the evil involved in the actual suffering makes the total state of things bad on the whole. And it certainly seems to be true that a false belief in the actual existence of its object makes a worse mixed good than if our state of mind were that with which we normally regard pure fiction. Accordingly, we may conclude that the only mixed goods which are positively good on the whole are those in which the object is something which would be a great evil if it existed, or which is ugly. 133. With regard then to those mixed goods which consist in an appropriate attitude of the mind towards things evil or ugly, and which include among their number the greater part of such virtues as have any intrinsic value whatever, the following three conclusions seem to be those chiefly requiring to be emphasized. 1. There seems no reason to think that where the object is a thing evil in itself, which actually exists, the total state of things is ever positively good on the whole. The appropriate mental attitude towards a really existing evil contains, of course, an element which is absolutely identical with the same attitude towards the same evil, where it is purely imaginary. And this element, which is common to the two cases, may be a great positive good on the whole. But there seems no reason to doubt that, where the evil is real, the amount of this real evil is always sufficient to reduce the total sum of value to a negative quantity. Accordingly, we have no reason to maintain the paradox that an ideal world would be one in which vice and suffering must exist in order that it may contain the goods consisting in the appropriate emotion towards them. It is not a positive good that suffering should exist in order that we may compassionate it, or wickedness, that we may hate it. There is no reason to think that any actual evil whatsoever would be contained in the ideal. It follows that we cannot admit the actual validity of any of the arguments commonly used in theodicies. No such argument succeeds in justifying the fact that there does exist even the smallest of the many evils which this world contains. The most that can be said for such arguments is that, when they may appeal to the principle of organic unity, their appeal is valid in principle. It might be the case that the existence of evil was necessary, not merely as a means, but analytically, to the existence of the greatest good. But we have no reason to think that this is the case in any instance whatever. But 2. There is reason to think that the cognition of things evil or ugly which are purely imaginary is essential to the ideal. In this case the burden of proof lies the other way. It cannot be doubted that the appreciation of tragedy is a great positive good, and it seems almost equally certain that the virtues of compassion, courage, and self-control contain such goods. And to all these the cognition of things which would be evil if they existed is analytically necessary. Here then we have things of which the existence must add value to any whole in which they are contained, nor is it possible to assure ourselves that any whole from which they were omitted would thereby gain more in its value as a whole than it would lose by their omission. We have no reason to think that any whole which did not contain them would be so good on the whole as some whole in which they were obtained. The case for their inclusion in the ideal is as strong as that for the inclusion of material qualities. Against the inclusion of these goods nothing can be urged except a bare possibility. Finally, 3. It is important to insist that, as was said above, these mixed virtues have a great practical value, in addition to that which they possess either in themselves or as mere means. Where evils do exist, as in this world they do, the fact that they are known and properly appreciated constitutes a state of things having greater value as a whole even than the same appreciation of purely imaginary evils. This state of things, it has been said, is never positively good on the whole, but where the evil, which reduces its total value to a negative quantity, already unavoidably exists, to obtain the intrinsic value which belongs to it as a whole will obviously produce a better state of affairs than if the evil had existed by itself, quite apart from the good element in it which is identical with the appreciation of imaginary evils, and from any ulterior consequences which its existence may bring about. The case is here the same as with retributive punishment. Where an evil already exists, it is well that it should be pitied, or hated, or endured, according to its nature, just as it may be well that some evils should be punished. Of course, as in all practical cases, it often happens that the attainment of this good is incompatible with the attainment of another and a greater one. But it is important to insist that we have here a real intrinsic value, which must be taken into account in calculating the greatest possible balance of intrinsic value, which it is always our duty to produce. 134. I have now completed such remarks as seemed most necessary to be made concerning intrinsic values. It is obvious that, for the proper answering of this, the fundamental question of ethics, there remains a field of investigation as wide and as difficult as was assigned to practical ethics in my last chapter. There is as much to be said concerning what results are intrinsically good and in what degrees, as concerning what results it is possible for us to bring about. Both questions demand and will repay an equally patient enquiry. Many of the judgments which I have made in this chapter will, no doubt, seem unduly arbitrary. It must be confessed that some of the attributions of intrinsic value which have seemed to me to be true do not display that symmetry and system which is wont to be required of philosophers. But if this be urged as an objection, I may respectfully point out that it is none. We have no title whatever to assume that the truth on any subject matter will display such symmetry as we desire to see, or, to use the common vague phrase, that it will possess any particular form of unity. To search for unity and system at the expense of truth is not, I take it, the proper business of philosophy, however universally it may have been the practice of philosophers. and that all truths about the universe possess to one another all the various relations which may be meant by unity, can only be legitimately asserted when we have carefully distinguished those various relations and discovered what those truths are. In particular, we can have no title to assert that ethical truths are unified in any particular manner, except in virtue of an inquiry conducted by the method which I have endeavoured to follow and to illustrate. The study of ethics would, no doubt, be far more simple, and its results far more systematic, if, for instance, pain were an evil of exactly the same magnitude as pleasure is a good. But we have no reason whatever to assume that the universe is such that ethical truths must display this kind of symmetry. No argument against my conclusion that pleasure and pain do not thus correspond can have any weight whatever, failing a careful examination of the instances which have led me to form it. Nevertheless, I am content that the results of this chapter should be taken rather as illustrating the method which must be pursued in answering the fundamental question of ethics, and the principles which must be observed, than as giving the correct answer to that question. That things intrinsically good or bad are many and various, that most of them are organic unities, in the peculiar and definite sense to which I have confined the term, and that our only means of deciding upon their intrinsic value and its degree is by carefully distinguishing exactly what the thing is, about which we ask the question, and then look to see whether it has or has not the unique predicate good in any of its various degrees. These are the conclusions upon the truth of which I desire to insist. Similarly, in my last chapter, with regard to the question, what ought we to do, I have endeavoured rather to show exactly what is the meaning of the question, and what difficulties must consequently be faced in answering it, than to prove that any particular answers are true. And that these two questions, having precisely the nature which I have assigned to them, are the questions which it is the object of ethics to answer, may be regarded as the main result of the preceding chapters. These are the questions which ethical philosophers have always been mainly concerned to answer, although they have not recognized what their question was, what predicate they were asserting to attach to things. The practice of asking what things are virtues or duties without distinguishing what these terms mean, the practice of asking what ought to be here and now without distinguishing whether as means or end, for its own sake or for that of its results, the search for one single criterion of right and wrong, without the recognition that in order to discover a criterion we must first know what things are right and wrong, and the neglect of the principle of organic unities, these sources of error have hitherto been almost universally prevalent in ethics. The conscious endeavour to avoid them all, and to apply to all the ordinary objects of ethical judgments these two questions and these only: has it intrinsic value, and is it a means to the best possible? This attempt, as far as I know, is entirely new, and its results, when compared with those habitual to moral philosophers, are certainly sufficiently surprising, that to common sense they will not appear so strange, I venture to hope and believe. It is, I think, much to be desired that the labour commonly devoted to answering such questions as whether certain ends are more or less comprehensive or more or less consistent with one another, questions which, even if a precise meaning were given to them, are wholly irrelevant to the proof of any ethical conclusion, should be diverted to the separate investigation of these two clear problems. 135. The main object of this chapter has been to define roughly the class of things among which we may expect to find either great intrinsic goods or great intrinsic evils, and particularly to point out that there is a vast variety of such things, and that the simplest of them are, with one exception, highly complex wholes composed of parts which have little or no value in themselves. All of them involve consciousness of an object, which is itself usually highly complex, and almost all involve also an emotional attitude towards this object, but though they thus have certain characteristics in common, the vast variety of qualities in respect of which they differ from one another are equally essential to their value. Neither the generic character of all, nor the specific character of each, is either greatly good or greatly evil by itself. They owe their value or demerit in each case to the presence of both. My discussion falls into three main divisions, dealing respectively 1. With unmixed goods, 2. With evils, and 3. With mixed goods. 1. Unmixed goods may all be said to consist in the love of beautiful things or of good persons, but the number of different goods of this kind is as great as that of beautiful objects, and they are also differentiated from one another by the different emotions appropriate to different objects. These goods are undoubtedly good, even where the things or persons loved are imaginary. But it was urged that, where the thing or person is real, and is believed to be so, these two facts together, when combined with the mere love of the qualities in question, constitute a whole which is greatly better than that mere love, having an additional value quite distinct from that which belongs to the existence of the object, where that object is a good person. Finally, it was pointed out that the love of mental qualities by themselves does not seem to be so great a good as that of mental and material qualities together, and that in any case an immense number of the best things are, or include, a love of material qualities. 2. Great evils may be said to consist either a. in the love of what is evil or ugly, or b. in the hatred of what is good or beautiful, or c. in the consciousness of pain. Thus the consciousness of pain, if it be a great evil, is the only exception to the rule that all great goods and great evils involve both a cognition and an emotion directed towards its object. 3. Mixed goods are those which include some element which is evil or ugly. They may be said to consist either in hatred of what is ugly, or of evils of classes A and B, or in compassion for pain. But where they include an evil which actually exists, its demerit seems to be always great enough to outweigh the positive value which they possess. The End. End of Principia Ethica by G. E. Moore.